Chapter 1306. On the flying boat, little Ching suddenly laughed and said, "Interesting. Sister, that young Master Mu is really interesting. That young Master Wu, Jia, looks dumb, but he can actually cause such a big commotion. If we didn't see the four of them meet young Master Mu, we might also think that they are young Master Mu's men." Little White smiled and said, "Speaking of interesting, the four brothers we met earlier are even more interesting. Although we can see that they are extraordinary, we can't see their true origins. Previously, someone said that young Master Wu Jie is a strong man from the future. Now it seems that it might be true. Not only is that Wu Jie, who killed Zhang Liang, a strong man from the future, I'm afraid his brothers are also." Little Qing covered her mouth and laughed and said, "No wonder they look like country bumpkins. Sister, you can see that there is something wrong with their origins, but you didn't expect it to be so big. The four strong men from the future and young Master Mu are not on the same side." Bai Sujin said, "I'm afraid that young Master Mu has also come to his senses, but he wants to recruit the four strong men. Both sides are temporarily working closely on the stage. Now that the meeting is temporarily adjourned, they might have to show their cards when they go back. Young Master Mu is a big shot from the celestial heavens. He has power and influence, but he doesn't have wings, so it's hard for him to gain influence. On the other hand, the strong men from the future have strength and ability, but they have no foundation. They have their eyes on young Master Mu's flying shovel, and young Master Mu also thinks that their origins are clean." Little Qing frowned and said, "Sister, you're wrong about this. The four of them have very strange origins, coming from the future. Who knows how much karma they have? How can their origins be considered clean?" Bai Sujin shook her head and said, "Little Qing, you're wrong about this. When I was a disciple of the Holy Mother, I once heard a rumor. It is said that there will be a great calamity in the future. There is a cliff downstream of the river of eternity, and after that, no karma can be seen clearly. It is said that it is an immeasurable calamity. In the calamity, all karma will be cleared. It is the slaughtered demon ancestor, holding the Yuan-Ta sword, using the killing calamity to clear the accumulated karma of the primordial era. That's why no one dares to plot against that calamity, because the more they know, the greater the karma of the killing calamity. Back then, when the goddess deduced the destiny of the primordial world, she had to avoid the two karma of the heaven and earth tribulation. Therefore, the experts from the future will definitely not have any karma with this era, especially the two karma of the heaven and earth tribulation. Heaven and earth's two great karma. Shaoqing furrowed her brows and said, "That's the heavenly court governs the primordial world and reincarnates 3 lives. They are the 2 places with the heaviest karma with all living beings. The 2 great karma of heaven and earth refer to this." Little Qing was horrified. The killing tribulation clears 2 great karma. Doesn't that mean there will be a huge change in the heavenly court and hell? Since experts have come from the future, if we can obtain their memories, wouldn't we be able to find out the key to the great calamity? No wonder Prince Mu is trying so hard to recruit them. Bai Sujin smiled and shook her head. "You're wrong, Little Qing. With the goddess's dignity, it is not impossible for her to calculate the 2 great karma of the heaven and earth tribulation. Furthermore, the heavenly courts are filled with talents and countless mighty figures. Back then, the goddess had reminded us that it is not that we are unable, but that we cannot and do not dare to. We are originally pure mortals. Why do we have to ask about the killing, tribulation? The slaughtering demon ancestor raised Yuan-Ta high and used the killing tribulation to clear the karma. If they know, they will have desires. If they have desires, they will definitely act. If they act rashly, they will definitely interfere with karma and fall into a trap. From then on, they will not be able to control themselves. Therefore, there are some things that cannot be calculated. Once they are calculated, they will definitely sense it. At that time, they will fall into the schemes of others. It will be like falling into a spider web and will never be able to escape. Furthermore, they might not know anything. If they can come from the future, the karma on them will definitely not be heavy. Otherwise, wouldn't the karma of the primordial world become a mess if everyone transmigrates? But little Qing wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Baisuzhen. Little Qing, if you return to the great Magi Demon War, you will also be someone from the future. However, how much do you know about the secrets of the great Magi Demon War? Little Qing lowered her head and raised her nose slightly. She looked at Baisuzhen and said dejectedly, "The ancient era is shrouded in mystery. What can I know?" "That's right." Baisuzhen reached out and pulled her sister to her side. She pinched the bridge of her nose and said, "Even in our era, who dares to say that they can see clearly? Even the era we are in is so difficult to see clearly. Who would want to see through the future? Who would be so overconfident?" Little Qing said worriedly, "But those 4 future experts, as well as Prince Mu and Prince Bo-jun, have mysteriously come to this small sky-bearing conference. This is related to Big Sister's tribulation. Aren't you worried?" Baisuzhen stepped out of the pleasure boat and came to the bow of the flying boat. She looked down at the celestial boats that were shuttling back and forth on the sea of clouds and said in a low voice, "My fate stems from my meritorious deeds." Her Majesty said that this is the result of me cultivating good karma and not cultivating heavenly techniques. In the past, I was kind to people everywhere, helping the demonic spirits to reproduce, helping living beings to grow, and helping all living beings to grow. I have contributed to the Emperor of Heaven and gained the favor of the gods. Most of the demon spirits in the surroundings are on good terms with me. I often help the living beings in the mountains and rivers that stand aloof from worldly affairs. Although I have virtue and all living beings, gaining merit and virtue will make my progress in the Tao extraordinary. There are also hidden dangers. Although I am on good terms with living beings and tribes that stand aloof from worldly affairs, standing aloof from worldly affairs doesn't mean that I'm free from karma. It's just that the karma isn't heavy. If not for that, I would have long been consigned to eternal damnation. The Emperor of Heaven established the merit dharma, bearing the karma of all living beings, and the one who benefits all living beings is God. Bearing the karma of all living beings without the body of a god is bound to result in a backlash. Since I admire the free and unfettered immortal Tao, I'm entangled with the karma of all living beings. Thus, I have great blessings, but also great tribulations. Now that I'm suffering from the backlash of karma, if I can avoid it and settle the karma, I'll be able to gradually hide my immortal tracks and live freely in the world. If I can't avoid it, not only me, even the demon spirits and the human race that stand aloof from worldly affairs will be consigned to eternal damnation. This time, little Qing only heard the cause and effect of this tribulation from Baisuzhen, and she was instantly shocked by the danger. She said in horror, "Big Sister is kind to others, so why did you suffer such a great tribulation? Is it wrong to be kind and merciful?" "Little Qing, don't say such foolish words. Big Sister has cultivated to this point and has received countless blessings from all the merit and virtue. Now that there's only a little backlash, it's already a good thing that others can't even imagine. Moreover, merit is also a kind of karma. Merit is the heavenly Tao established by the Emperor of Heaven. It's the divine Tao and also the Tao of the celestial court. The original intention of the Emperor of Heaven was to bear the karma of all living beings other than the gods who ruled the world on behalf of the celestial court. Therefore, merit is the divine Tao. To receive merit and benefit, you have to bear the responsibility and expectations of all living beings. After accepting the respect and expectations of all living beings, how can you not suffer backlash if you still want to live freely? Therefore, ever since the great god Pangu created it, the divine Tao has been passed down endlessly. Therefore, if you want to cultivate the Tao of merit to be perfect and flawless, You have to be born and become a part of the celestial court. You have to integrate into the order of the celestial court ruling the primordial world. That's the so-called perfection of merit. Sorting out the heavenly Tao and circulating yin and yang naturally are the Tao of heaven, the Tao of God, and the Tao of merit. Governing all living beings and benefiting all living beings are also the Tao of holy virtue. Merit and holy virtue are not things that itinerant immortals can cultivate. Therefore, you can either be a god and bear the faith and expectations of all living beings. You can also enter the celestial court and integrate into the glorious and powerful divine Tao order. You can let the celestial court bear the burden of being a god for you and rely on the organization. Among the 5 virtues, merit is too high and the holy virtue is too deep. Those who are not gods can't receive it. Only morality is natural, but it's too ethereal. Merit is too heavy and virtue is too light. Doing good with virtue is not worthy of the position. The 5 virtues are all the immortal Tao. It's difficult to be perfected without entering the celestial court. Little Qing, my virtue is not worthy of the position. Little Qing was speechless. She had also received the blessing of merit and had benefited greatly, while the other little demons were still struggling in the dust. Why did the sisters not have the luck and fortune to be born? The 2 little snake demons had a smooth journey and were even valued by a mighty figure like Old Mother of Mountley. Wasn't she also entangled by merit? However, just like how the gods relied on the celestial court organization, she also relied on the thin and tall figure in front of her. Along the way, all the heavy burdens were shouldered by her. She only needed to follow behind and enjoy the afterglow. Perfect merit, how could it be said lightly? With perfect merit, one would naturally be successful in every endeavor and would not be harmed. The great Tao of merit had endless magical uses and was impervious to all tribulations. However, perfect merit was the divine Tao of Dara, which was the realm of the Emperor of Heaven, the 3 sovereigns, and even Goddess Hutu, and the Supreme Divine Master. Such ancient gods had perfect merit. Only then could they bear the faith and expectations of all living beings. Just like the heavenly Tao, they were worthy of being called the heavenly Tao and the heavenly Tao. Now, the primordial divine Tao and mystic Tao were at the same time. However, in the glorious divine Tao era before the mystic door appeared, the great mystical beings who were called ancestors were called saints. Just like those who sat on the lotus platform of Buddhism, saints had perfect merit. They could bear the faith and protect the karma of all living beings under them. They could be impervious to all tribulations and could prove themselves among all living beings, never worrying about losing themselves. The divine Tao, saints were sacred. The Tao of merit was the divine Tao that the celestial Darch had comprehended. The Tao of order and the Tao of merit were perfect and flawless. One would be a grand heavenly immortal. If one could surpass it and control morality, one would be a divine. Although the mystic door was powerful, although the 3 pure ones occupied the orthodox Panga clan, the divine Tao had never declined. The battle between divine and mystic was a battle between 2 forces that transcended all the conflicts in the primordial world. However, ever since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors established the orthodoxy of the human race, divine and mystic blended with each other, and the conflict was hidden in the deepest level. There was the divine Tao in the mystic door, and there was also the mystic door in the heavenly courts. The 2 were blended and had long been inseparable. Bai Sujin's great tribulation was simple. It was nothing more than the conflict between the divine and mystic paths. Merit was originally the divine Tao. Although the Emperor of Heaven had opened up the great Tao of merit for all living beings and left a smooth path for the immortals of the mystic door, the smooth path was simple. The heaven's stairway would bear it for you. Without the heavenly courts bearing the karma, the conflict between the divine and mystic paths would lead to a tribulation. If Bai Sujin was conferred the title by the heavenly courts, all the karma would naturally be borne by the heavenly courts. Why would there be a tribulation? However, since she had enjoyed the benefits of merit and did not want to be conferred the title by the heavenly courts, there would naturally be hidden dangers. Merit was the Tao of heaven. It controlled yin and yang and operated the four seasons. Those who cultivated merit were naturally gods, while the holy virtue was the Tao of the common people. It was the Tao of the sages, such as Duke Zhou, Confucius, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In the end, they still had to bear the expectations of all living beings and become gods. Morality was enlightenment and wisdom. Even the immortals of the mystic door would not suffer from the backlash of cultivating morality. However, it was too ethereal. Morality was perfect. Even under the Lord of Tao and virtue, there was only one Lord Xian. Du merit was the common cultivator's impression of merit and virtue. Merit sounded simple. It was obeying the heavens. It was following the values of the heavenly courts. Doing what the heavenly courts thought was right and doing it in that direction was merit and virtue. However, the Emperor of Heaven had divided the merit and virtue into 2. One was controlled by the heavenly courts, which was the merit and virtue of the heavenly Tao. The other was controlled by the human race, which was the merit and virtue of humanity. The yin virtue was a burden. However, this virtue was greatly restricted by Lady Hutu. In the end, it could only be a special kind of merit that could be transferred between the descendants and ancestors. After the War of Heaven and Earth, the Emperor of Heaven first interfered with reincarnation with the Tao of yin virtue. Unfortunately, not long after the War of Heaven and Earth, the Emperor of Heaven had merged with the Tao and left. Then the 3 religions intervened and messed up the yin virtue. Bai Suzhen did not know about this. There were some things that even the old mother of Mount Li, the goddess Wu Dang, or the Ajati matriarch of the divine, Tao only knew a little. The old mother of Mount Li was the body of the eldest senior sister of the Jie sect, Wu Dang, and the tranquil immortal conferred by the heavenly courts. The Ajati matriarch was her divine Tao body. Bai Suzhen stood at the bow of the flying boat. She was a little lost in thought. Suddenly, she saw a middle-aged, black-faced, middle-aged rogue cultivator calmly accompanying a dark-skinned, burly man. Previously, the Shui Tu King pointed out that this person was one of the crouching tigers and hidden dragons at the Sky-Bearing Conference. At that time, Bai Suzhen was a little surprised. She did not know why this famous demon King Jiao would come to this small scene to welcome the messengers from the heavenly courts. Who was that dark-skinned, burly man? How could the demon King Jiao condescend to accompany him? Bai Suzhen was a little curious. She weighed the flying boat lightly and said to Little Qing, "Little Qing, I'll be back soon. Guard this place well and wait for me to come back." "Sister." Before Little Qing could react, Bai Suzhen disappeared into the sea of clouds. The bull demon king put his hands behind his back and looked at the Milky Way navy of the heavenly courts anchored at the peak of a huge divine mountain. He looked down at the countless cultivators and immortals who had come to participate in the Sky-Bearing Conference. There were many immortals coming and going from the countless divine mountains nearby. It was like a huge market. Countless cultivators from the bright barbaric region had come to participate. The bull demon king said lightly, "What a noisy conference! How can the demon race not have a place in this great primordial world? The heavenly courts have brought too much suffering to the demon race. Too much. Although Tung Wangkang has reformed, it is still too slow. The demon race needs more freedom. The heavenly courts are still executing the demons. Countless demon tribes are still being slaughtered. Today, we have to make our voices heard. We have suffered enough." The demon king Jiao sighed. "It's time to end all this." The bull demon king turned his head. The clouds dispersed under his gaze, revealing a small white snake hiding within. She stared blankly at the 2 famous great sages. The bull demon king smiled and said, "Don't you think so, little demon?" The white snake said uneasily, "Great sage, humans and demons coexist peacefully now. The heavenly courts also have laws. Everything is getting better. Great sage, Why are you in such a hurry?" The Bull Demon King laughed and said, "Little snake, you are a kind-hearted demon. Unfortunately, there are too few demons as weak as you. There are too few demons like you who are not oppressed by the heavenly courts. There are even more demons who are free, bold, unbridled, and simple. They are being oppressed. Why should demons obey the heavenly courts? The heavenly courts are not reconciling with the demon race, but with the demon race that obeys the heavenly courts. And demons never obey. The heavenly courts are too lenient and the laws are too harsh. We just want to return to the primordial world, when all the races competed for freedom, carefree and unbridled." By Sujin's expression changed, the Bull Demon King said lightly, "It's time." The white snake hurriedly stopped him and said, "But great sage, many humans and demons will die. Many demons and humans who have nothing to do with the world will be involved in the war. The primordial world will be filled with rivers of blood. Isn't this what they should pay?" The Bull Demon King said calmly, "No matter how difficult and tragic it is, can it be more tragic than the Great Magi-Demon War? During the Great Magi-Demon War, the demon race was still prosperous and full of vitality. Isn't killing, death, and elimination part of the demon race's way of survival? There are too many demons like you who are greedy for the illusion of peace created by the heavenly courts. They ignore that their peace is built on the blood and tears of other compatriots. They need blood and fire to wake them up and understand that the peace and harmony bestowed by the heavenly courts is just an illusory bubble. It's time to wake them up." Chapter 1307. Brother Wu Jie, where are you from? Returning to the place where the Milky Way Navy was temporarily stationed, Imperial Prince Mu asked Fan Wu Jie with a smile. He stood in the palace that was made of divine wudong wood and white jade. He wore a black robe with the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars on it. It was very gorgeous. At this moment, he had the appearance of a prince. What happened today seemed to have given him a great shock. Shepherd Boy seemed to have woken up from a dream. He was in high spirits. Perhaps this was the change that power had on people. Thankfully, Shepherd Boy Lord did not immediately change into a different person. His tone was still as sincere as before. It could even be said to be a little pedantic and straightforward. Looking into his eyes, Fan Wujie could still feel the sincerity and kindness in them. It was not like Prince Bo Jun was pretending to be profound and unfathomable. "Brother Wujie, don't use the excuse that you came from a remote village to fool me. A desolate place would not be able to nurture people like Brother Wujie, Shan Sheng, Pao Tu, and Zhenyang Zi. They must have gathered the essence of a place with outstanding talents." Fan Wujie smiled bitterly and said, "Zhenyang Zi and the others have sold me out completely. I don't have to hide anything for them anymore." Brother Butcher and the others seemed to have leaked Brother Wujie's secrets. Imperial Prince Mu revealed a wry smile and said, "When Brother Wujie challenged Zhang Liang, they told you a lot of the truth. This is also the first time I found out that the 9 sect staff, the nominal treasure of the Grand Peace sect, is actually a connate numinous treasure. Moreover, it was the most powerful numinous treasure among the 9 emperors under the command of the primordial heavenly king. I've heard of the primeval 9 emperors as well. My father, Celestial Emperor Donghua, is one of them. He's an extremely ancient god. The era of attaining the Tao was even before the heavenly court. However, after the Emperor of Heaven established his Tao in the heavenly court, only my father, Emperor Donghua, and the leader of the deities above the primeval 9 emperors, Dongwangkang, chose to be loyal to the heavenly court. The other 8 emperors chose to live in seclusion. Now it seems that some of them have retired in name, but their hearts have not." Fan Wujie sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from Brother Mu anymore. Yes, we are all guests who have accidentally stumbled into this era. Brother Wujie, you came from the future. Do you want to change something? Prince Mu asked curiously, "Could it be that Brother Wujia has a woman whom you love so deeply that you are willing to reverse the universe and reverse the yin and yang to come to this era to meet her? Or did something happen in this era that Brother Wujia feels regretful about, so you came here to change it?" Fan Wujia shook his head and said, "What if I say that in the future resources will be scarce, the great Tao will be hidden, civilization will be regressing, and the path of cultivation will be in a serious decline? Even the path of Dara and the celestial emperors of the celestial heavens will become legends? That is why we have to go against the current and come to this era in search of an opportunity. Brother Mu, do you believe me?" When Imperial Prince Mu heard this, he didn't show any surprise. Instead, he revealed a faint but sad expression. On the other hand, Brahma Wu Jia was surprised. "Brother Mu, aren't you surprised? You are not from this era, so you might not feel it. But in the celestial heavens, who doesn't feel the impending storm? Perhaps those gods of virtue who indulge in the power of the celestial heavens, or those free and unfettered immortals who sing and dance to celebrate peace, don't feel it. But for people like us who are in touch with reality and observe the celestial heavens from a distance, it is obvious. The feeling of the undercurrent and the impending storm couldn't be any more obvious. The Emperor of Heaven has fused with the Tao. The world has changed, and so has the celestial heavens. The silhouette that suppressed everything is slowly fading away, and people's minds are changing. If you stand in that position, this feeling couldn't be any more obvious. Although I am not in power, my father is in charge of yin and yang on behalf of Emperor Zhuanshu. He is the ruler of the celestial heavens. Every day, he tidies up the primordial universe from the sun and moon, the movement of the stars, the rise and fall of vitality, and the affairs of the three religions. Is there anyone who knows the undercurrent of the primordial universe better than him? I am by his side every day, so how could I not know?" Fan Wujia sighed and said, "So the general trend of the primordial universe is already this obvious?" Crown Prince Mu sighed with emotion and said, "This time I secretly left because I wanted to see the most specific and minute details of the untainted land. The cracks in the heavenly court are becoming more and more obvious. The local tyrants are getting restless, and even the Buddhist cult, dark cult, and demon cult are getting restless. In the celestial heavens, I can only feel the cracks between the factions, but in the primordial universe, I can feel the restless situation after the order established by the Emperor of Heaven was overthrown. There are more and more conflicts between the heavens and humans. I can see the restlessness and restlessness of the celestial heavens in the kingdoms of the human race. Although the dynasties in the human world can't and don't dare to rebel against the celestial heavens, and although they still call themselves the Son of Heaven, they no longer represent the will of the celestial heavens to govern and lead the people of the human race. They also no longer follow the great Tao of holy virtue established by the Emperor of Heaven. Instead, they gradually take the power to themselves. The Son of Heaven doesn't govern on behalf of the heavens, but rather he wants to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. They are beginning to be dissatisfied with the order established by the celestial heavens, and they are dissatisfied with the orders given by the celestial heavens, even if they are gods. And among the more primitive tribes, the human tribes led by the witch sect have also begun to be dissatisfied with the restrictions placed on them by the gods to obtain resources. The celestial heavens are restricting the development of the human civilization. Not to mention the demons and barbarians, even the gods are dissatisfied. They hate the greed of the people, and they are tired of the destruction of the world, nature, and the operation of the great Tao. The gods who adhere to the divine Tao and run the sun and moon are dissatisfied with the destruction of nature by the people. Meanwhile, the gods who run the human Tao are involved in the cause and effect of the human Tao. Gradually, they are tainted by the desires of the human Tao, and they can no longer maintain their rationality and neutrality. My father has long noticed that the order of the celestial heavens is in chaos. Tang Wang-kung thinks that the celestial heavens are too involved, and everything is for the sake of the people. The Emperor of Heaven has decided that the gods will establish their lives for the people, and the people will establish their hearts for the gods. They come from the people, go to the people, and bear the expectations and cause and effect of the people. It's too naive. The celestial heavens can't bear the huge cause and effect of the people in the primordial universe. Even the Emperor of Heaven can't bear it. That's why he joined the Tao and left. My father and Tang Wang Kung both feel that the celestial heavens needs to change. The matters of the living beings should be handed over to the living beings themselves. The celestial heavens only needs to control the fate of all living beings. The celestial heavens does not need all living beings to feel that the celestial heavens are everywhere. Instead, it needs all living beings to not feel that it is everywhere. There is no need for all living beings to be united. There are too many living beings who have embarked on the path of cultivation. Because they know how to cultivate, they feel that the celestial heavens are restricting and controlling them. Because they know how to cultivate, all living beings are uneasy. The Emperor of Heaven is happy to cultivate with all living beings. He even hopes that all living beings will succeed in their cultivation and achieve the Tao. He believes that the celestial heavens and all living beings are of the same mind. The more intelligent all living beings are, the stronger and more perfect the power that can change the world and reshape everything will be until they walk on the path of the perfect world in the Emperor of Heaven's heart. However, Emperor Zhuanqiu and Tang Wangkang are not as optimistic as the Emperor of Heaven. Or rather, they think pessimistically that the primordial universe can't accommodate too many powerful and wise almighties. Cultivation will only create too many unstable factors in the eyes of the celestial heavens. The gods of the celestial heavens have long been fed up with those greedy, reckless, cruel, and even ignorant and vicious cultivators. They cut off the spirit veins, they harvest without restraint, they kill each other, they slaughter the weak, they are demons. Some gods want to return to the pastoral era of the ancient primordial universe, the simple and natural era, the era without too many prosperous cultivation civilizations. Some gods want to control these uncontrollable factors to build a stricter order, to build a stricter hierarchy. This kind of thinking is called Jedi Tiantong. A bolt of lightning split Brahma Wu Jia's confusion. He murmured, Jedi Tiantong. Yes, Jedi Tiantong. Cut off the world tree, control the path of cultivation, and separate the heavens and the people. The gods who run the great Tao are high above, manipulating everything and managing all living beings. The gods who are involved in the affairs of all living beings collude with local tyrants and cultivation sects to collect the path of cultivation in the world. Resources are concentrated, and the heavens and the people are separated. They cut off the path of advancement for all living beings. Brahma Wu Jia thought, isn't that the current state of the Brahma heaven realm, or the state of the entire age of heavens? Is the celestial heavens really destroyed in the age of heavens? Brahma Wu Jia shuddered. Or is it already high above Jedi Tiantong looking down on all the heavens? Prince Mu said in confusion, yes, Jedi Tiantong. Collect the spirit veins and spirit veins of the world to the heaven realm. All the essence of the primordial universe is brought up to the heaven realm by those great gods. All the immortals have to ascend to the heaven realm, and then open up the 9 heavens, making the great heaven the highest heaven, and the 8 heavens below it to accommodate immortals of different levels. Those tyrants are separated from the foundation of their growth. A gold immortal can act like a tyrant in the primordial universe, but in a world full of gold immortals, what is he worth? Clear and separate the classes, leaving only the mortals who cannot become immortals in the primordial universe, and promoting the elites to become immortals. Then, using the 8 heavens to imprison the immortals in different systems, dividing them and absorbing them. Tang Wangkang's idea was to establish a perfect, unbreakable rule. Emperor Zhuanqiu's Jedi Tiantong only hoped that humans and gods would not interfere with each other, cutting off the world tree, raising the height of the heaven realm, allowing the divine power to operate more covertly and eliminating the conflicts between humans and gods. Tang Wang Kung's Jedi Tiantong was prepared to cut off the path of advancement for all living beings. Speaking of which, Tang Wang Kung is more ambitious. So, even though Tang Wang Kung was demoted and reincarnated, there's still so many gods and imperial emperors following his path. Brahma Wu Jie thought more. So, Emperor Xiong came from the future, but still wanted to control the heaven realm. Did he not know that the heaven realm would collapse in the future? Unless he did not know if the heaven realm would collapse in the future. Because once his plan was completed, the myriad heavens could become a world after Jedi Tiantong, and there would be a high and mighty heaven realm, looking down on everything. If that's really the case, then Emperor Ziyang's plan could be said to have been realized perfectly. This is because all living beings do not feel that there is a heavenly court above their heads that restricts their freedom. Even us, Tao Lords, do not feel it. The myriad heavens and the primordial world have shattered. Aren't they just isolated small worlds? Such small worlds are indeed easier to control. This is because even us Tao Lords are just blindly exploring the realm sea. If the heavenly court could really control everything, they might not even be able to sense it. Was controlling the fate of all living beings a god? This was the first time Brahma Wu Jie felt such deep fear. It's time to take action. In front of the divine mountain where the Milky Way Navy was stationed, a tall figure said softly. Demon King Scaled Dragon followed behind the tall figure and looked at the hidden array diagram in surprise. He whispered, "Brother, why did you bring the 9 planets formation diagram here?" It's not the complete 9 planets formation diagram. It's just a variation of the 9 planets formation. It's called the 9 planets heaven shrouding formation. It can isolate the 2 realms and hide everything. Once this formation is activated, the Milky Way Navy will not be able to react in time. The 9 planets formation diagram is one of the core array formations of the Divine Court's heavenly cycle stellar array. It will definitely be difficult for the Milky Way Navy to break through it. Bull Demon King held his hands behind his back as he slowly walked up the stairs and entered the palace where Prince Mu was. Commandant Qin of the Milky Way Navy was suddenly summoned to his side palace by Prince Bo Jun. This was an extremely abrupt action. If not for the fact that Prince Bo Jun was a patroller of the heavenly courts and that the Milky Way Navy was responsible for cooperating, Commandant Qin would not have come at all. However, just as he stepped into Prince Bo Jun's side palace, he suddenly felt a change in space. The 9 stars suddenly fell towards Prince Mu's Tunghua Palace. The entire Jade Palace turned dark and gloomy, isolated from the world. Commandant Qin raised his head to look at the stunned Prince Bo Jun. Countless interesting expressions flashed across his face. Finally, they turned sinister as he said coldly, "Prince Bo Jun, you called me here at the right time." Heavenly Eye, who was beside him, forced out a divine beam from his eyes. It shot straight into the darkness that was obscured by the 9 planets heaven shrouding formation diagram. The divine beam advanced a few feet before vanishing into the darkness. Heavenly Eye was sweating profusely as he said anxiously, "This array formation is unusual." Commandant Qin raised his head and said, "It is unusual." The heavenly cycle stellar array is shaking. The stars are the political power of the heavenly courts. The Milky Way Navy is the mighty army that the heavenly courts use to suppress the countless stars in the Milky Way. Who else can shake the power of the stars in front of the Milky Way Navy? Heavenly Eye was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. He gritted his teeth and said, "The remnants of the demon court, the heavenly cycle stellar array." Prince Bo Jun was truly stunned. He stood up and hurried a few steps to look in the direction of Tunghua Palace. His mind was in a daze, and he actually didn't know what to do. After a moment of blankness, he came back to his senses and said firmly, "There are demons attacking the camp. Commandant Qin, quickly protect Prince Mu." Commandant Qin's expression turned even colder as he said coldly, "The remnants of the demon court attacked with the heavenly cycle stellar array, and I was summoned out of Tunghua Palace by His Highness. Now that I'm isolated by the array, how does His Highness expect me to protect Prince Mu?" Prince Bo-jun was also muddle-headed as he said, "Commandant Qin, do you think that I transferred you away from Prince Mu's side?" As soon as he said this, his heart sank. No matter what the heavenly courts did in public, they couldn't bring it to the surface. Now that he had pointed out the distrust and political division, not only did he break the rules, but he also left himself with no room to maneuver. How could he say this? He should pretend that it didn't exist. Not to mention that he didn't do it. Even if he did, he should pretend that it didn't exist. It was best to pretend that such a possibility didn't exist. Pointing out the irreconcilable conflict between the two princes was also to break through the political resistance of the heavenly courts. Originally, this layer of political resistance could be an advantage for Prince Bo-jun to protect himself. But now that it was pointed out, it became a disadvantage instead. In the future, if Celestial Emperor Dong Hua's faction wanted to pursue this matter, they only needed to lightly mention what he said today. He said again, "Since Prince Bo-jun has this worry, we should clear his name." Then the political resistance of needing to prove that Prince Bo-jun might have colluded with the demon race to assassinate another prince became Prince Bo-jun's dilemma of needing to prove that he didn't have such intentions. Chapter 1308. Tunghua Palace fell into darkness, and the sun, moon, and stars in the sky disappeared. Imperial Prince Mu woke up with a start. Fan Wujie looked up and saw that Tunghua Palace was already surrounded by a dark void. Two figures were knocking on the steps in front of Tunghua Palace. One was tall and mighty, the other tall and thin. Their shadows were long and twisted like dragons and snakes. Fan Wujie recognized Demon King Jiao at first glance and stepped forward to protect Imperial Prince Mu. Imperial Prince Mu looked at the two monster great sages walking toward him and said in realization, "So Demon King Jiao is here for me." No wonder Demon King Jiao would condescend to participate in the sky-bearing conference. Imperial Prince Mu smiled and said, "The other should be a big shot of the monster race, a future great sage of the monster race. Now he's condescending to kill me, a prince with no power or influence in the celestial heavens. What a surprise! To be attacked by two monster leaders. Even if I die, it won't be in vain." "Imperial Prince, you underestimate yourself too much." Demon King Jiao laughed. Although Imperial Prince's cultivation is weak, his status is extraordinary and very important. Your father, Celestial Emperor Donghua, is the right-hand man of Celestial Emperor Zhuanqiu and the vice-ruler of the celestial heavens. Now, there is also Celestial Emperor Zi Yang's beloved son. Today, Imperial Prince's death is destined to cause a mess. Imperial Prince Mu said indifferently, "You underestimate Zi Yang too much. If Imperial Prince Bo-jun can explain clearly, how about letting him be assassinated by the monster race as well?" Demon King Jiao was silent for a long time before he laughed. "He really can do it. Unfortunately, he doesn't have to." Beside Demon King Jiao, Bull Demon King said, "Because I've brought the murderer of Imperial Prince Mu today." Bull Demon King waved his hand and tossed a small white snake to the ground. Imperial Prince Mu glanced at the white snake and said in understanding, "A meritorious monster, but as a scapegoat she's still too weak." Halfway through his sentence, Imperial Prince Mu saw the calm expressions on the two's faces and said with relief, "That's right. Imperial Prince Bo-jun doesn't care. He will definitely do as you wish and frame her, even inciting a massacre of the monster race." Trust and peace between two races with deep grudges are fragile to begin with. It is far too easy for ambitious people like you to break this fragile trust, but you actually have the heart to use so many demons as sacrifices. Although Imperial Prince Mu was naive, he was no fool. He naturally knew that once the war between humans and demons broke out, the first to suffer would not be the heavenly court, nor would it be the powerful forces of the demon race like Demon King Jiao and Demon King Ox. Instead, it would be Bai Sujin who was caught in the middle. She was a demon, but she was a gentle demon who was loyal to the heavenly court. When these gentle demons were either slaughtered by the heavenly courts under the control of Bojun, or they became hostile to the human race and joined Demon King Jiao's side, a full-scale war between humans and demons would begin. Demon King Jiao and Demon King Ox looked at each other and burst into laughter. Demon King Jiao found Imperial Prince Mu's naivety a little ridiculous, so he mocked, "What do their lives have to do with me?" The demon race had never been like the human race, which had a unified belief and culture. They were not united, and there were even many conflicts and disputes between them. Demons who were not part of their own tribes were not part of their forces. It was too funny to ask Demon King Jiao, who had been slaughtering and annexing other demon tribes, to strengthen his own forces and grow into a great sage of the demon race, to understand Imperial Prince Mu's idea of his own kind. In their eyes, the demon tribes that were close to the heavenly court were the wings of their enemies. Of course, they had to weaken their forces by slaughtering them and deceiving them into joining their forces. Then, they would annex the population and strength of these tribes to strengthen their own forces. The most basic unit of interest of the demon race was the tribe. And above the concept of tribe, the true unity of the demon race was the heavenly court. Demon King Jiao and Demon King Ox's goal was to strengthen their own tribes and follow the heavenly court to rule the primordial universe. As for those demons, since they did not follow the heavenly court and were not part of their own tribes, what did their lives have to do with them? Imperial Prince Mu, go on your way. Demon King Ox said calmly. Today, the Imperial Prince was tempted by lust and kidnapped the beauty of the demon race by Sujin. He was blinded by lust and tried to use force in Tunghua Palace. Bai Sujin resisted with all her might and killed him by mistake. The Imperial Prince has been mediocre for half of his life, but before he died he actually did such a great thing and caused the demon race to riot. His life has not been wasted. Demon King Ox was very burly like a standing bull. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes swept across them with a divine light. Facing Demon King Ox, Fan Wujie felt unprecedented pressure. At this time, he could be considered to be facing the top figures of this era alone. Zhang Liang was just relying on his brother's name and strength. Zhang Jiao was plotted against by Yuan Yu and the others. Yuan Yu was a lord of Dara, but he had shamelessly disguised as a Dao lord. It was already very wretched. Unexpectedly, the sea-calming divine pearl had suddenly appeared to help him. It could be said that Zhang Jiao had lost very sullenly. But now Yuan Yu and Xue Tu were stopped by other great sages. In Tunghua Palace, only Fan Wujie and Imperial Prince Mu were facing Demon King Ox and Demon King Jiao, who were ranked first and second among the 7 great sages. I'm afraid Jingyang Zi and the others are also stopped. Fan Wujie sensed that they had fallen into the space formed by the formation. The surrounding space was dark and deep, and he knew that they would not be able to wait for reinforcements. I was still too careless. Fan Wujie sighed inwardly. He thought that with the tyrannical Milky Way Navy, under the suppression of the heavenly court, no one would dare to violate the laws of heaven, and that they were safe in the camp of the Milky Way Navy. But the decisiveness and determination of the demon race was shocking. In the vicinity of the Milky Way Navy, the Imperial Prince of the Heavenly Court still dared to attack. Defeating Emir Zhang Liang, I actually underestimated the heroes of the untainted land. Under the shadow of Demon King Ox's godly might, Fan Wujie felt relieved. The untainted land is so big. What is Emir Zhang Liang and Zhang Jiao compared to the road of peace? For the first time, Fan Wujie was alone, facing an enemy that was thousands of times stronger than him. He could clearly tell that Demon King Ox was the kind of person who was at the pinnacle of Dao monarch, determined by the Tai, and even someone who was only a thin layer of paper away from Dara. He was the strongest person he had met in his life, second only to Dara. But so what? Fan Wu Jie raised his head and looked at Demon King Ox, who was almost twice his size. Only then did Demon King Ox's eyes move a little. Interesting. It was just a single strike. The bull Demon King stretched out a finger, and the universal barrier that Fan Wu Jie had laid down using all of the universal true water for 3,000 years suddenly shattered. The universal barrier was silent. It was both space and time and space as one. Even though it had been 3,000 years, it was still not enough to withstand a single finger from the bull Demon King. Fan Wu Jie could feel that the bull Demon King was incomparably tyrannical, the purest power, the pinnacle of power, shattering the vacuum. Demon King said lightly, "I have no other magical powers, and I don't know any Tao techniques. I only have brute force. Your time divine art is very wondrous, as expected of an expert who came from the future. There are countless innate divine arts in the monster race that are as wondrous as yours, and every race has astonishing abilities. The 5-colored divine light can devour heaven and earth and reverse the universe. They all have astonishing divine arts, and they have comprehended countless divine arts. Your time divine art is very good, and it is not inferior to the Candle Moon tribe. And I, Old Bull, am just a man with a lot of strength. In front of the God Emperor, I am just a cart driver, but the God Emperor valued me very much. One day, when I was pulling his cart, he asked me something, and I told him, I have no other abilities, and I don't have that kind of understanding and wisdom, so I can only let my stubborn temper train my strength. But the God Emperor said that the pinnacle of power can shatter the vacuum, and only the wise and foolish can be unwavering, and the foolish will be confused. He smiled and said to me, as long as one's mind is firm, how can one not shatter all techniques and rule the world with one punch? The bull Demon King laughed out loud, his voice shaking the whole world, causing the space of the 9 luminary sky shrouding formation to tremble. There was an unshakable determination in his words, a heroic spirit that looked down on the world. Your weak magic, I could have shattered it when I was still at the threshold of primordial immortal. I like the look in your eyes. Demon King roared angrily. But your magical powers are too weak, not as strong as the look in your eyes. He punched out, and the overwhelming power instantly drowned out all of Fan Wu Jie's resistance, shattering the strongest cosmic light, divine art that Fan Wu Jie had condensed, shattering it inch by inch from the most basic and essential point of all magical powers, the cosmic light true water. The essence of all of Fan Wu Jie's cosmic light, divine art, did not surpass the connate 10 Das and 9 true water that Patriarch River Styx had condensed, and the bull Demon King's fist could already shatter this basic principle. Shattering the cosmic light, divine art, this unwavering fist, will, and power was not far from Dara. Demon King's power and fist could only be described with one word, unwavering. Step by step, he moved forward, always firm. Perhaps he would slow down, perhaps he would stagnate, but he would never hesitate or retreat. He was firm beyond time. Even if the cosmic light divine art scattered his power into a timeline, scattered it into the endless tribulations, scattered it into every bit of weak power, he would still unwaveringly continue to fight. After the endless tribulations, when water droplets could pierce through stone, the weakest power would gather into the mightiest, unrivaled tide of power. The result would not change. Fan Wu Jie's river of time reincarnation had already spread the power of the bull Demon King across the entire reincarnation cycle. Every moment of reincarnation, the body of the reincarnation cycle only bore a small portion of the power. But this firm power could not be eroded by time. At the very beginning, it was just the power of a drop of water on the body, not to mention Fan Wu Jie's godly body. Even a weak baby would not be harmed by it. But this power was firm and unwavering, like a drop of water that constantly fell, polishing Fan Wujie's entire body of reincarnation. Then, in the next moment, there was another drop of water's power. This unwavering fist power, as time passed, gathered into a torrent that crushed everything. When it reached the middle of the body of reincarnation, it was already enough to crush Fan Wujie's divine body. Fan Wujie could divide the damage over time, but Demon King's fist power could transcend time, unwavering. Demon King's power had already pierced through time. This unwavering power allowed him to lightly press down on a boulder like a mortal's finger, but that finger power would never dissipate. Bit by bit, it deepened on the boulder until it pierced through the boulder. This was the unwavering power. Fan Wujie's divine body instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Reincarnation. Fan Wujie could only use his great supernatural power to reincarnate. But Demon King's expression did not change in the slightest. He only punched out again, crushing the reincarnated Fan Wujie once again. Fan Wujie was completely helpless. Demon King's unchanging power completely restrained his transformations. What Demon King was least afraid of were those fancy transformations of supernatural powers. No matter what kind of supernatural power you used, no matter how many transformations you used, he still only needed to punch after punch to crush it. The unwavering power meant that if there was no way to instantly crush Demon King, he would be able to gather a monstrous power and beat you to death. Could Fan Wujie instantly crush Demon King? He could not. So he could only be beaten to death by Demon King among the people he had met. Perhaps only Demon Ancestor Luo of Destruction could crush Demon King's perseverance. Demon King's perseverance was that as long as he walked step by step, he would definitely reach the end. And the great Tao of Destruction itself was the end. The great Tao of Destruction would not give Demon King the chance to walk step by step. Demon King's fists were the fists of the foolish old man, the fists of the bull's temper, the fists of the straight. But the power of time was most powerless against the fists of the straight. So Fan Wujie was completely helpless against Demon King. He had already been crushed hundreds of times, and Demon King did not care about his clumsy punches. He only wanted to prove that he could obliterate the undying cycle of reincarnation, that he was firm and unwavering, that he could surpass reincarnation. Demon King Jiao could feel the unwavering strength of Demon King, and he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This made him think back to when they were fighting for the position of Great Sage. Demon King Jiao had also punched like this, and other than the mysterious and unscrupulous seventh brother, everyone else had been trampled like this, until the old bull had punched until there was no one else in front of him. As the second brother, Demon King Jiao had been pressed to the ground and rubbed. This was not a good memory. Demon King Jiao walked past Fan Wujie, who was being beaten by Demon King Jiao, and came before Imperial Prince Mu, whose face was slightly pale. He smiled and said in a low voice, "I am the great sage of the ocean cover, and I am here to send you on your way." Imperial Prince Mu smiled sadly and said, "So you are already a great sage?" How many great sages does the demon race have? And how many of them are here to send me off today? 6 of the 7 great sages are here. Demon King Jiao gave Imperial Prince Mu some time. Have the other great sages gone to stop Zheng Yangzi, Butcher, and Commandant Qin? The demon race really thinks highly of me, shepherd boy. Imperial Prince Mu laughed loudly. Then let's fight. Bai Sujin was suppressed by the old bull's fist intent. That unwavering strength made it hard for her to breathe. At this moment, her eyes were filled with grief. The white snake's body was small and crystalline, and it was actually somewhat adorable. Just as she summoned a bit of her demonic power, it was easily dispersed by the power left behind by the old bull. The greatest characteristic of Demon King Jiao's dermic powers was its stubbornness, as if it would not dissipate at all. It was as stubborn as its master's bull's temper. She struggled with all her might, and when she looked up again, she saw Demon King Jiao's trident break through Imperial Prince Mu's immortal light and stab into his chest. Imperial Prince Mu cannot die. This was the only thought in the white snake's mind. If Imperial Prince Mu dies and I am framed, that Imperial Prince Bo-jun, who is colluding with the demons, will go on a rampage without any qualms. When that happens, all the demons I know will die. Those demons that stand aloof from worldly affairs will be embroiled in the calamity, and the peaceful coexistence between humans and demons will be broken. Baisujin's tribulation stems from the karma of all living beings. It will definitely affect all living beings. Baisujin thought of those demon spirits that were truly grateful to her. Those demon spirits that stood aloof from worldly affairs and lived a peaceful life. Even humans, those young and ignorant demon spirits, had called her Queen Mother White Snake. They had given her their favorite things, be it a beautiful flower, a clumsy clay sculpture, or a crude toy. Baisujin had protected them due to her kindness. She had protected the weak demon spirits and even the human tribes. However, after receiving Old Mother of Mount Li's guidance and understanding the great Tao of merit, she had alienated them. Originally, this kind of instinctive kindness should have dissolved the darkness and coldness of her snake nature, and she would have become a goddess with a snake body of Een like Empress Hua and Hutu. However, because she had understood cultivation and walked on the path of the mystic door, these karma and expectations had become restraints and burdens. After bearing the expectations of all living beings, I have to bear the responsibility of all living beings. Only the one who protects his people is God. The fate of God and his people is one. The one who bears the burden of all living beings is God. The one who is compassionate towards all living beings is God. God isn't emotionless, but he is sentimental. If God was emotionless, why would he protect? Why would he be compassionate? Why would Goddess Nuwa sacrifice herself to mend the heavens? Why would Goddess Hutu transform into reincarnation? This is caused by merit. For the immortal Tao, it is a tribulation, but for the divine Tao, it is a responsibility. Tribulation can be avoided, but not responsibility. Today's tribulation, I will not only survive for myself, but also bear the fate of the demon spirits and humans who have high expectations of me, who believe in me and who worship me. For them, I will risk my life to stop you. 7 great sages. The divine light of merit floated on by Sujin's body and settled down bit by bit, gaining weight and quality. This did not seem to change anything, but it seemed to have changed something in by Sujin's nature. On Mount Li, Incongruence, Divine Mother was immersing herself in meditation. Suddenly, she stopped and smiled. In the void hometown, Incongruence, Divine Mother opened her eyes and looked lovingly at the untainted land. In the 9 luminaries' sky-covering formation, Yuan Yu knocked the Lion Camel King into the dust. He was expressionless as he glanced at the Rock Demon King, King Yu Luo. The Shui-Tu King had a murderous look on his face. He raised a boundless sea of blood and faced the Rock Demon King. Ajati raised his sword chi and pierced through the King Yu Luo's psyche. The Rock Demon King stared coldly at the Lion Camel King, who had been knocked into the dust by Yuan Yu. The surrounding sea of blood kept pressing down. The Rock Demon King's expression finally changed. With a hint of seriousness, he flicked out a jade talisman. In the next moment, the innate, inextinguishable divine light tore the sea of blood. Wind and thunder roared, and its momentum melted into a piece of mixed essence. The mixed essence shook and tore the sea of blood apart, forcing out a bloody shadow. The Shui-Tu King's escaping light was dim, and his figure was in a mess. If it was not for a faintly discernible shadow of the blood Lianhua protecting his real body, even his demon body would have been beaten back into the bloody light. In the next moment, the jade talisman met the sea calming divine pearl. Under Yuan Yu's intentional restraint, it was a draw. Prince Mu's pale golden blood sprayed out and splashed on by Sujin. The blood of the descendant of celestial Emperor Dong Hua carried a hint of warmth and yang qi. At this moment, the talisman given by the old mother of Mount Li on the white snake was splashed by the blood of the emperor, and a hint of purple qi appeared. Chapter 1309. Looking at the bull demon king's cold and indifferent eyes, Fan Wu Jia reincarnated again. This time he turned into a Kuan Peng, and in the quiet and dark void of the 9 glory sky shrouding formation, he spread his wings and flew high, using the great divine power of time that merged with the true form of the Kuan Peng. The Kuan was born of water, the true water of time was also water, and the river of time was also a river. The Kuan turned into a Peng and leaped from the river of time, hitting the surface of the water and transcending the river of time. This was the great divine power of Shi Kuan Peng transformation. But Fan Wu Jia did not transcend the river of time. His Tai mystic fruit of Tao was just a glimpse of the Kuan fish temporarily leaping out of the river of time. So the Shi Kuan he transformed into could not transform into a Peng, and the 2 fins turned into wings, like a half Kuan and half Peng. The body of the Peng was not complete. But this temporarily leaping out of the river of time was enough to make Fan Wu Jia's existence disappear temporarily. He stood above the river of time, as if he had temporarily returned to the sea of chaos in the depths of the ultimate. This was the great divine power of the Peng bloodline that he had comprehended, and the mysterious fusion of the sea of chaos above the river of time. He is actually not in this time and space. The bull demon king stood in the dark void. Tunghua Palace had already been smashed by the battle between the two. Fan Wu Jia reincarnated hundreds of times, and barely managed to use the great divine power of Shi Kuan Peng transformation to escape to above time. The prohibition that the great god Zhulong had laid down worked. At this moment, the chaos became an incomprehensible chaos to Fan Wu Jia. But Fan Wu Jia also became a person who did not exist in the chaos. But the bull demon king still raised his hand, and with a simple punch he imprinted on the heart of Fan Wu Jia, who was not in this world, not in the past, not in the future. In the chaos sea, a streak of chaos chi imprinted the old Oxus simple, straightforward, indestructible, and indestructible power. Even if it became an incomprehensible chaos, it was a power that could not be covered. Chaos could corrode everything, turning the foundation of the existence of Taiji into an incomprehensible chaos. Existence and chaos were originally 2 opposing states. Zhulong turned the river of time into the sea of chaos, to prevent the great mediums of chaos from tampering with time, and Dara from attacking from the past and the future. Even the old bull could not change the power of his punch into the chaos. If the bull demon king's power could split the chaos, he would have become Dara long ago. But this did not stop the bull demon king from using this incomprehensible power to crush Fan Wu Jia's Shi Kuan body. Fan Wu Jia's stunned face was just a mass of chaos in the eyes of the bull demon king. Fan Wu Jia did not think that he could fight against the bull demon king with the body of a Kuan. This was because the Kuan had yet to transform into a Peng. Even if his fins had turned into wings, he would not be able to glide on the river of time for long. No matter what time it was, as long as Fan Wu Jia fell into the river of time, he would be able to appear at any point in time, past or future. The power of the bull demon king could immediately choose Fan Wu Jia and crush his true body once again, because the bull demon king's unwavering fist was already a power that time could not erase. Therefore, Fan Wu Jia only wanted to get a chance to breathe and find an opportunity to break out of the situation. But he did not expect that the bull demon king was a strong enemy that he could not defeat even with the help of time and the torch dragon restriction. The bull demon king punched out from the river of time, using the simplest essence of power to penetrate beyond the chaos. It could be said that there was a trace of the embryonic form of dissolving the chaos. In the chaos, any attribute was chaotic. Fire turned into chaos and did not heat. Water turned into chaos and did not flow. Any existence attribute would temporarily lose its attribute when turned into chaos, and all laws would become ineffective. But when the Bull Demon King's power turned into chaos, it still retained a trace of the attribute of power, which crushed Fan Wu-jie. Just this point alone, the Bull Demon King was worthy of being the expert that Fan Wu-jie had seen who was the closest to Dara. This was, of course, because power was the simplest and purest great Tao in the chaos, and power was also the simplest and most straightforward attribute. Compared to other great Taos, it was much easier to translate through the chaos. It was also because the Bull Demon King had developed the purity of power to the extreme. Shi Kuin's reincarnation was crushed, and Fan Wu-jie was reincarnated. Falling into the river of time and reappearing at that moment, Fan Wu-jie had experienced hundreds of reincarnations, and many things had been erased. He was so desperate and tired that he did not even know how many imprints that belonged to Fan Wu-jie had not been erased by reincarnation. Moreover, the Bull Demon King's fist already had a trace of embryonic form that reincarnation could not erase. On the imprint of his true spirit, the power of the Bull Demon King was wearing down his true spirit bit by bit. Even through reincarnation, he could not escape if Fan Wu-jie had not comprehended a trace of the 9 questions of the netherworld. Who was his true self in reincarnation? If the true spirit transformation could escape most of the fist power, he would have long been worn down into a blank soul. At most, he would have become a new existence with some memories of Fan Wu-jie. But the core principle of the great divine ability of reincarnation was to reorganize the true spirit and change the true spirit. Using a part of the principle of the true spirit in the law of reincarnation set by Lady Hutu, using a forbidden technique like the 9 deaths reincarnation deceiving heaven great art, he could brand the true self to a depth that surpassed the true spirit. His definition of self surpassed the limits of the reincarnation true spirit law, reaching a level that even reincarnation could not erase, surpassing the bearing of the true spirit. A name, a concept, an illusory belief could carry the true self to the extent that it could be reborn. Fan Wu-jie had not reached such a depth. He could only borrow the surface of this question to change and reorganize the true spirit, using the river of time to disguise reincarnation, using the principle of this question of the 9 questions of the netherworld to change the true spirit, deceiving reincarnation into thinking that he had reincarnated, using reincarnation to refresh himself. So even if he died, he could use the law of reincarnation to refresh himself. This great divine ability was built on the basis that the innate time light, Tao Seed, could simulate reincarnation, and the river of time reincarnation contained the entire concept of reincarnation. Using the 9 questions of the netherworld to exploit the loophole of the law of reincarnation set by Lady Hutu, using the elixir of immortality to break the limit of one's lifespan, unlocking the harshest law of death of reincarnation. The Bull Demon King's unwavering power could not be erased by reincarnation. It could directly affect the true spirit, completely shattering a person's soul. But his understanding of the law of reincarnation was not as deep as the river Styx, who created the 9 questions of the netherworld. The bug discovered by the river Styx, even Hutu could not do anything about it. She could only try her best to fix it, leaving behind the taboo of the 9 questions of the netherworld, let alone a mere Bull Demon King. So he could not lock onto the true spirit transformation that Fan Wu-jie had borrowed the skin of the 9 questions of the netherworld. He had removed most of the power, allowing Fan Wu-jie to reincarnate again and again, refreshing his state of death. But Fan Wu-jie's own divine ability was not good enough. He could not get rid of the last bit of unwavering power. Moreover, the reincarnation after reincarnation would eventually wear down Fan Wu-jie's self. After hundreds of reincarnations, Fan Wu-jie's true spirit did not have any problems, but his definition of the true self, his self-recognition had already started to blur. The essence that belonged to Fan Wu-jie was being worn down bit by bit. But this kind of polishing of the true self had the same effect as the 9 deaths reincarnation, heaven deceiving, 3 lives reincarnation great divine ability. The essence of these great divine abilities were all using the torture and polishing of the true self, deepening the definition of the self in the most intense, the most frightening changes. Not the slightest bit would change. The reincarnation and reincarnation would wear down the essence of the true self again and again. But was it not a deepening of the self? So the great divine ability of reincarnation and reincarnation that was derived from this question. On the other hand, when the reincarnation continuously wore down the true self, it was also a deepening and cultivation of this question. But Fan Wu Jia did not have this awareness. He only felt deep despair and sorrow. It was as if he had turned his own essence into a steel ball, accepting the old bull's unwavering polishing and hammering. It was a kind of destruction, but also a kind of molding and tempering. Fan Wu Jia could only do everything he could to deepen the essence of his existence. He wanted to do everything that made up the existence of Fan Wu Jia, to hand over everything to the next reincarnation. But even so, he could not avoid losing something. The reincarnation and reincarnation was ultimately not comparable to the 9 deaths reincarnation, heaven deceiving. The latter had the perfect technique developed by Patriarch River Styx, which deepened the complete bearing of the self. While the former was perfect in theory, it lacked the most crucial method and technique. One was the Tao, one was the law. The 9 questions of the netherworld was the Tao, and the reincarnation heaven deceiving was the law. How to break down the elements that made up the self, recombine them, and entrust them. And this core was the everlasting information. Because the information was everlasting, the self and the true self would not be destroyed. As long as one could deepen the true self, sublimate the definition of the self, a concept, a name, any bit of information related to the self, it could reconstruct the complete information of the self. But Fan Wu Jia just so happened to lack the relevant method of the everlasting information. He could not retrieve his own information, and then the destroyed, stripped self would really disappear forever. If this goes on, Fan Wu Jia will be destroyed sooner or later. After being punched by the Bull Demon King, the Fan Wu Jia, who was quickly reincarnated thousands of times, it was unknown how much of his essence was himself now. He had yet to change himself, because the Bull Demon King killed him too quickly, leaving him no time to interrogate himself and think about who he really was. All his thoughts were used to think about how to survive. He had no time to think about the grand question of who am I. All the core of his thoughts were condensed into a common concept and idea. Survival. He had long forgotten about the rest. What young Master Mu? What Xue Tu? What lifeless Yang? What destruction of the heavenly court, Emperor Xiang, the great secret of the ruins of End? What Bull Demon King? All of it had been forgotten. It was obliterated. What was left of Fan Wu Jia was perhaps a name and the great supernatural power of reincarnation that he used to survive. At this time, the simplest Fan Wu Jia had actually touched upon something that reincarnation could not destroy. He saw a ray of divine light in the deep darkness of endless death, in the darkness of reincarnation. That ray of light was weak but firm. In the next moment, Fan Wu Jia was reincarnated, and that little bit of divine light leaped out and reflected into the eyes of the Bull Demon King. Innate, inextinguishable divine light. The Bull Demon King was slightly stunned, and a thought flashed across his mind. Innate spiritual treasure! The divine light turned into a Taoist with a blurry face, but definitely not old. With a light palm, the Bull Demon King could only summon a whip and also manifested the inextinguishable divine light to block the blow. But the Bull Demon King's body still shook violently, and his brute force was almost scattered. If not for the whip-shaped, innate spiritual treasure blocking it, he would probably have been seriously injured. The divine light was just a blow, and it did not linger. In a flash, it turned into a stream of light and flew out of the 9 lights heaven-covering formation. Only the Bull Demon King was left standing, and he said solemnly, he actually has an innate spiritual treasure? And he doesn't seem to know it? We, the 7 great sages, are the backbone of the demon race appointed by His Majesty. We are to carry the hope of the demon race for His Majesty before the return of the divine court. That's why each of us was given an innate spiritual treasure. Where did this person come from? The nature of that innate spiritual treasure is very high. Just a little bit of it was instinctively able to escape the heavenly cycle stars formation. It's definitely not ordinary. Prince Mu's bloodline was extraordinary, and his cultivation method was also the top dharma of the heavenly court. He was the son of celestial Lord Donghua, and his talent was also among the top in the primordial world. His strength was not inferior to that of his generation, but he was still too young, even though he was already at the Tao Lord realm, even though he was extraordinary at his age. But the Dragon Demon King had been discriminated against by the dragon race, and he had killed his way out of the most dangerous environment. He was the most outstanding figure of the demon race after the destruction of the divine court. He was the current leader of the demon race, and he was ranked second among the 7 great sages. Therefore, the Dragon Demon King's one move was enough to make Prince Mu unable to react, and he stabbed with the trident. The Dragon Demon King did not have the arrogance of the Ox Demon King, nor did he have the arrogance of the Rock Demon King. Therefore, when facing Prince Mu, who was much weaker than him, he did not hesitate to use the connate spiritual treasure, the sea-overturning trident. The trident pierced into his heart. At this time, the white snake that was lying on the side suddenly leaped up and transformed into a purple rainbow. It grabbed Prince Mu by the waist and turned into a rainbow that fell into the 9 lights, heaven, shrouding array. The Dragon Demon King's sea-overturning trident struck out like lightning for the 2nd time, but it only shattered the tail of the rainbow. But it also caused the purple rainbow to pause, and half of its spiritual light dissipated. The spiritual light that could have jumped out of the 9 lights, heaven shrouding array, immediately weakened. It was wrapped in the deep darkness and was on the verge of collapse. It was bound by the restrictive power of the array formation, and it was about to fall into the array formation again. At this time, a Xian bead shone brightly and a world appeared. The world turned into boundless essence Qi, and it smashed the layers of restrictions below the purple rainbow. The purple rainbow shone brightly again, crossed the darkness, and escaped into the stars. Yuan Yu leaped up again with the bead, and with another strike he smashed the Rock Demon King with the jade talisman seal. The 5-colored light pierced the jade talisman, and the mixed colors around it cracked again, turning into wind and thunder. Yuan Yu held the sea-calming divine pearl in his hand, and kept the dimmed Shui Tu King, who was covered in blood, and Ajati, whose sword Qi was weak, into the sea-calming divine pearl. With another strike, he broke the 9 lights heaven shrouding array and left. The Lion Camel King carried an iron mountain, and the Yuyang King clasped a colorful crystal. They flew out of the array formation in a sorry state, and could only look at Yuan Yu's escaping light with exasperation. The Dragon Demon King looked at the pool of blood on the ground, and his face was gloomy. The 3 great sages gathered again, but when a connate, inextinguishable spiritual light flew out from where the Bull Demon King was and broke the 9 lights heaven shrouding array, the great sages' faces were already very ugly. Although the 9 lights heaven shrouding array was only a branch array, it was also a part of the heavenly cycle stars array that the divine court used to suppress the primordial world. Today it was like a piece of paper broken just like that. It was a great humiliation. It was a disgrace to the divine court's number 1 array that suppressed the primordial world. However, the few people who broke it were either connate numinous treasures, connate spiritual light, or Dara talismans of unknown origin. Where did so many connate numinous treasures and Dara come from? And the Taoist with the sea, calming divine pearl. His cultivation level was almost as high as the Bull Demon King's. With the sea, calming divine pearl, which was a ferocious connate numinous treasure, if not for the Rock Demon King, the Lion Camel King, and the Yu Yang King joining forces, he would not have been able to escape. As for the other two fiendish Tao cultivators, although their cultivation levels were extraordinary, they did not have powerful numinous treasures to protect themselves. They were heavily injured by the power of the numinous treasures. They were almost defeated in this small ditch. At that time, 6 of the 7 great sages would come out to attack a small, powerless crown prince. They would be defeated on the verge of success and leave in a sorry state. They would no longer be able to survive in the primordial world. Revive the divine court, my ass. They should just kneel and beg for mercy from the heavenly court. The bull demon king glanced at the bloodstains on the ground. The flood dragon king said, I pierced this person's vital point with the sea-overturning trident, and his primordial spirit was almost obliterated. If not for his natural yang qi supporting him, his soul would have been destroyed. Crown Prince Mu probably won't survive. We won't know until we see his corpse, the bull demon king said in a low voice. But this is enough. Send a message to Crown Prince Bo Jun. It's time to act. The great sage of exorcism left behind traces of that little white snake. The scaled dragon king said grimly, That girl has a spirit talisman left behind by a grand Luo. It took her and that Prince Mu, whose fate is unknown, away. Someone has schemed to this extent. It's most likely the people from the mystic door. The bull demon king said after thinking for a moment. The people from the mystic door like to make their moves when they least expect it, and they are very calculative. But this is a matter between us and the heavenly court, so they won't get involved. The person behind Xiang is also from the mystic door. Let them fight amongst themselves. The crystal in King Yu Yang's hand glowed brilliantly, distorting the light and shadow of time in the formation, leaving the demons to cover Tonghua Palace with the 9 lights heaven shrouding formation to rescue a white snake demon girl. The white snake demon girl was coerced by Crown Prince Mu and escaped with the help of the other demons. Before she left, she pierced Crown Prince Mu's heart while entangled with him, swallowed his corpse and escaped. The crystal directly distorted all the traces in Tonghua Palace. Even Fan Wujie and the others were altered to show that Crown Prince Mu had died and escaped to escape punishment. After the great sage of exorcism distorted all of this, the 5 great sages supported the great sage of ventilation, who was maintaining the formation to prevent the Milky Way Navy from rescuing them. They removed the 9 lights heaven shrouding formation, turned it into an escape formation, and left under the cover of the stars. By the time Colonel Qin and the others broke into the ruins of Tonghua Palace, the place had long been deserted, leaving only a pool of pale golden blood. The heavenly eye god scanned the past with the divine light in his eyes and frowned when he saw the light and shadow of the past. Colonel Qin looked at the distorted reality of the great sage of exorcism and sneered in anger. A mere little demon girl was able to assassinate Crown Prince Mu, who was protected by several experts, and was rescued by a great sage of the demon race, who set up a remnant of the heavenly cycle star formation to stop us. When did the demon race become so powerful? Is our Milky Way Navy a bunch of trash that can't even protect the Crown Prince? Crown Prince Bo Jun's expression was also very ugly, but he continued, Now that things have come to this, no matter what the truth is, we have to find that demon girl. Pass down my order. Hunt down the demon girl who may have murdered the Crown Prince. Investigate the demons of the bright, barbaric region. No, investigate all the demons. Search the entire universe, and don't let a single demon go. Search the heavens and earth, and find the murderer who murdered Crown Prince Mu. Summon the demon-revealing mirror, the demon-binding chain, the demon-slaying platform, the demon-subduing sword. Don't let any suspicious person go. Chapter 1310. There was a barren mountain with jagged rocks of all shapes and sizes. The night wind blew across the strange stone pillars, making shrill cries that sounded like the howls of wolves, and stirred up a few unknown howls in the distance. A figure was sitting on a boulder at the top of the barren mountain with his back facing the wind. The moonlight sprinkled down like water, gilding his golden hair with a layer of pure silver luster. A long stick with 2 ends of gold was erected beside him. When Baisujin raised her head, she saw such a scene. The white snake coiled up, silently channeling her mystic art. After a while, she changed back into the form of a pretty lady in white. When she saw Prince Mu fainted not far from her, she quickly went to him and helped him up. But as soon as she touched him, she found out that Prince Mu's cultivation base had disappeared. Even his bloodline and body had changed. He was immortal now, be it his soul, body, or bloodline. They were all different people. If not for the fact that his face didn't change, Baisujin would have suspected that this person had been replaced. His injuries are too severe. The innate, inextinguishable spirit light shattered his Yuan Shen. Even golden immortal Dara couldn't save him. To save him, we have to find a loophole in the laws of heaven and earth. So, I helped him reincarnate once, healed all his old injuries, reconstructed his soul with the remaining Yuan Shen, and reconstructed his body with the mystic art of creation. Now he is a completely new person. Baisujin struggled to get up. She kowtowed to the silhouette. I am Baisujin. Thank you for saving my life. You are thanking me? The silhouette turned around. He was a divine monkey. He smiled. Little girl, do you know who I am? Baisujin quickly lowered her head. I don't know who you are, senior. Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks and said with a smile, I'm not famous, but the few before me are very famous in the demon race. Old Sun is ranked 7th among the 7 great sages, and people call him the great sage equal to heaven. Baisujin's expression changed. She ignored her injuries and tried to summon her arcane energy, but just as she raised her hand, Monkey King waved his hand. I am not from the same group as them. Otherwise, why would I save you? Baisujin endured the pain and asked softly, Great sage, how long have we been unconscious? Pingtian, the great sage of the ocean cover, and the others have colluded with Crown Prince Bo Jun. If we can't hand Crown Prince Mu over to the heavenly court, Crown Prince Bo Jun will definitely order the Milky Way Navy to kill the demons. The great sages are already prepared, so of course they aren't afraid, but the other innocent demons. Too late! Wukong stood up and casually waved his hand. Moonlight gathered in his hand. It was the lunar true water. The silver lunar true water intertwined to form a jade plate, drawing in a distant light and shadow. The jade plate projected the magnificent Milky Way Navy's fleet scattered in all directions in the bright destruction region. At the highest point of the fleet's bridge, a bronze mirror shone in all directions, its light sweeping across everything. Wherever the mirror light went, countless demonic spirits were beaten back to their original forms. Some of the demonic spirits, with resentment and sinful chi, were immediately struck down by a bolt of divine lightning from a navy's huge warship in the sky. Their souls were shattered, and they died instantly. The demon revealing mirror. Baisujin said anxiously. The Monkey King nodded. Under the demon revealing mirror, even the old demons, great demons, and demon kings will be beaten back to their original forms. This is the demon-fighting equipment set by the Emperor Heaven to suppress the demons in the 4 directions. Old Bull still miscalculated. The Monkey King shook his head. The Heavenly Court's demon-suppressing army hasn't moved for a long time. Even Old Bull himself has forgotten the might of the Milky Way Navy. The Heavenly Court's demon-suppressing army first killed the sinful demons. Now, the inescapable net has locked down the entire Brightway region, as well as the 4 other regions. On the first day, we used the demon-revealing mirror to illuminate the entire area, causing all demons without merit to revert to their original forms. Then we used heavenly thunder to execute the most sinful of them. Occasionally, there would be demon kings and greater demons who would struggle to hold on. Immediately, demon-binding chains would descend to capture them, bind them to the demon-slaying platform, and behead them with a single slash of the saber. In a single day, we killed countless rampaging demons. Baisuzhen said anxiously, "Many of the demonic spirits stand aloof from worldly affairs and do not go against the heavenly court's laws. They also have merit to protect them. Great sage, have you seen their whereabouts?" The Monkey King shook his head. The heavenly court is also concerned about their reputation. The merit laws are part of the heavenly court system. The demonic spirits with a small amount of merit will naturally not be restrained by the demon revealing mirror and killed by the heavenly thunder. These are all left behind by the Emperor Heaven. They are inscribed with the laws of the heavenly Tao. Merit can be used to offset the heavenly tribulation and exempt them from the demon fighting equipment. If those demonic spirits have merit to protect them, as you said, even the merest amount of merit will be enough to escape this tribulation. Baisuzhen came to a realization. So, Great Sage Pingtian and the others need me. The Monkey King nodded. If they force the heavenly court to slay the demons, it will be difficult for them to slash the heads of the demonic spirits that rely on the heavenly court. Merit is the golden plate that allows them to avoid death. The laws set by the Emperor Heaven in the past will not be so easily exploited. Therefore, only a demon like you, who has a lot of merit and has a close relationship with the demonic spirits that rely on the heavenly court, will have an excuse to kill those demonic spirits that rely on the heavenly court. Now, the Milky Way Navy still knows their limits. They used the excuse of Prince Mu's disappearance and did not find his corpse, which is why they did not expand the demon-slaying mission. But sooner or later, they will not be able to withstand the pressure. Now, the gods under Prince Bo-Jun have already used the excuse of capturing you to start attacking the demonic spirits that rely on the heavenly court. The situation is still considered mild now, but once one of them cannot withstand the humiliation and retaliates, they will immediately be suppressed with an iron fist. The situation will only become more and more severe. You don't have much time left. Baisuzhen immediately stood up. She looked at the unconscious Lord Mu Boy and said with a headache, but now that the Crown Prince Mulin has turned into a mortal, it's equivalent to a reincarnation. Who can recognize him? It shouldn't be difficult for Emperor Donghua, or the group of Yenluo in the underworld, or Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Even if others can see some clues, they won't be able to produce any evidence. Other than his father, Emperor Donghua, the only ones who can prove his identity are the Yin gods in the underworld. Other than that, even if others can recognize him, they won't be able to convince others, said the Monkey King lightly. He suddenly chuckled. For example, I can prove that he is Prince Mu, but in the heavenly court, can you say that the Monkey King can prove it? Even if I stand out, the heavenly court doesn't want to kill me. That's good enough. Will they listen to my words? No matter what, I can't let so many innocent demon spirits die because of me. Baisuzhen's eyebrows showed a hint of determination, diluting her originally weak and injured appearance. Lady, it's not because of you that they are in trouble, but because someone wants them dead. That's why they were chosen. The Monkey King sighed. This old cow is not as cute as the previous one. Sigh. Just as the white snake was silent and trying to think of a solution, Prince Mu, who was on the rock, slowly woke up. He looked around blankly and asked in confusion, "Where is this? Who are you? Where's my cow?" He stood up and looked around in fear. Where's my cow? How did I lose my cow? The Monkey King whispered into Baisuzhen's ear. After his essence soul reincarnated, Prince Mu is equivalent to his previous life. He has no memories. I used the light of eternity divine power to graft his life onto a shepherd boy's body. Now he thinks he is an ordinary shepherd boy. Go and fool him. Make him stop shouting, "Cow!" The shepherd boy called out loudly. Yes, he pinched his nose and imitated a cow's cry. He stuffed his fingers into his mouth and whistled in a practiced manner. Seeing the white-clothed Baisujin slowly walk towards him, the shepherd boy asked in a daze, "Sister, do you see my cow?" "I think I lost my cow." Baisujin held her forehead and felt the exhaustion that came from her heart. She said helplessly, "Think on the bright side. Maybe it's not that you lost your cow. What if you lost it?" The shepherd boy let out an exclamation before coming to his senses. "Where is this? So in my previous life, I was the son of an immortal in heaven. Because of my death, he wanted to kill all the demons in the world. In order to save the demons in the world, he wanted me to realize my previous life and restore my memories. To stop the heavenly courts from slaughtering the demons?" The shepherd boy pointed at himself and said, "Being an immortal in heaven is not bad, but what does the death of the demons have to do with me?" Baisujin rubbed her forehead weakly and said, "It has to do with me. So, you help me recover my memories and realize my previous life. After I recover my memories, I will help you stop the massacre of the demons." The shepherd boy concluded very clearly. "Then how did I die in my previous life?" the shepherd boy asked in puzzlement. Baisujin fell silent for a moment before saying, "He was killed by the strongest demon, the great sage of ocean cover." The other 5 great sages also participated. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. After a while, the shepherd boy said, "I do not have any objections, but after I recover my memories and realize my previous life, it is hard to say if I will admit to it. Don't blame me when the time comes." The white snake said in a speechless manner, "Prince Mu will not have any objections because he knows this is just a conspiracy. Then help me find my previous life and become an immortal." The shepherd boy said cheerfully. Baisujin turned her head to look at the Monkey King. The Monkey King helplessly shrugged and said, "How would I know that his personality would change so much in 2 lives? The secrets of samsara are indeed unfathomable. It is hard to know. Great sage, you are powerful. Do you have any way to make him realize his previous life?" Baisujin pleaded. The Monkey King frowned and pondered for a long time before saying, "There are many ways, but they are all very difficult. To realize his previous life, the best way is naturally in the netherworld, be it the connate numinous treasure, 3 live stone, the wheel of reincarnation mirror, or the 10 halls, Yenluo, the heavenly lord of salvation from misery, or Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, they can all be done. But the problem is that not only do I have to make him realize his previous life, I have to make him return to his previous life. Samsara is like the light of the universe. There is always advancement and no retreat. Going against the river of time is the curse of the torch dragon. Going against samsara is also a violation of the laws of the netherworld. To reverse samsara, there are not many mighty figures in the world who can do it, unless it is Her Majesty Hutu, who created the laws of samsara, or Patriarch River Styx, who discussed the Tao with Her Majesty Hutu and used the 9 questions of the netherworld to point out the 9 fundamental flaws of the laws of samsara. The mighty figures in the world who are proficient in the laws of samsara are either in the heavens or the earth. Baisujin said, "Going to the heavenly courts is equivalent to walking right into a trap. With Prince Mu's present state, there is no way he can explain himself if he goes to the heavenly courts. The only thing we can do now is to head to the netherworld and the netherworld. But this shepherd boy is now immortal. How can he go to the netherworld?" asked the Monkey King. Baisujin silently turned her head and looked at the confused shepherd boy. He said in a daze, "Are you asking me to die?" Chapter 13:11. We've lost. The Shui, 2 King's bald head was unkempt, and strands of hair fell over his shoulders. It was an eyesore to look at. He said angrily, "The ancient experts are too much. They're just a few bumpkins from the demon race. How could the 7 sages each have a connate spiritual treasure? That's too much." Ajati sighed. "We've only just arrived and didn't know what was going on. That's why we were caught off guard by the 7 sages. Now that Prince Mu's whereabouts are unknown, we don't have a backer in the celestial court, and we don't dare to go back, he sighed and shook his head. We've also lost Fan Wujia. What should we do about what demon ancestor told us to do? Fan Wujia's condition is a little strange. The spell I placed on him has been washed away. The curse that Yuan Yu had placed on Fan Wujia's 8-armed, god-fiend tattoo had dissipated. Even the heart demon blood oath couldn't find him. Yuan Yu didn't know how Fan Wujia had washed it away. Seeing this, he secretly regretted attacking the true spirit, but the white snake is still there. Yuan Yu said, "When the white snake brought Prince Mu out of the array formation, I used the oceanic calming pearl to help them. I also left the oceanic calming pearl's mark on the white snake. But after they escaped the array formation, they were secretly rescued by someone. Now that I can sense the mark, we can still catch up to them." The Shui 2 Kings sighed. At first, I vaguely sensed that Demon King Jiao and Demon Heart Old Man seemed to be in cahoots. Demon Heart Old Man attacked Prince Mu several times, but after we stopped him, he turned around and attacked Prince Bo Jun. I was a little wary, but in the end, I didn't think too much about it. I thought that even if Demon King Jiao and Demon Heart Old Man fought, the 4 of us would have a way to deal with them. I didn't expect the primordial universe's culture to be so bad. If you can't beat them, you call for help. All of them have connate numinous treasures. Are the connate numinous treasures of the primordial world so worthless? Yuan Yu said solemnly, "Although the 2 apes have connate numinous treasures, there's nothing to worry about. Only the Rock Demon King, Jiao Demon King, and Bull Demon King have connate numinous treasures that are compatible with their nature. Even if I use Dara's magic power, I won't be able to do anything to them, unless I use the chaotic god-fiend body." The Shui 2 King and Ajati looked at each other and shook their heads. "Although we don't know what the demon ancestor is planning, it's not the time for you to expose yourself yet." Yuan Yu nodded and said, "Furthermore, although the primordial world is rich in resources and experts are everywhere, there aren't many who can bestow connate numinous treasures to Dao lords. Only Jie's school had such wealth back then. Behind these great sages of the demon race, there must be a huge figure that is not inferior to Jie's school." The Shui 2 King and Wu Xing pondered for a moment, then suddenly said in unison, "Tai, divine court!" Just as the 3 of them were conversing, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and swept through the surroundings, illuminating the entire world. Every blade of grass, every tree, and even the tiniest hair was revealed. From insects to tigers and leopards, nothing could escape the lock of that beam of light. The Shui 2 King frowned and said, "It's the Milky Way Navy again. The demon-revealing mirror is searching the world. It seems that Prince Bo Jun has not relaxed his investigation on us and the White Snake. Let's go find the White Snake." Yuan Yu took out the sea-calming divine pearl, and with a flash of 5-colored light, it shone through the shadows and complicated structure of the primordial world. The 3 of them used the world formed by the sea-calming divine pearl to lock onto a tiny mark in the distance. The sea-calming divine pearl struck the void of the primordial world and flew towards the mark. The shepherd boy held back his tears and wrapped his neck in the white silk. He looked at Bai Sujin with pitiful eyes. Bai Sujin said helplessly, "We will follow your soul into the netherworld. We won't let you die." The Monkey King held a peach in his right hand and said with a smile, "Back then I made friends with heroes from all over the world. I have many friends and connections. Isn't going to the netherworld the same as going home? It's very easy. It's a pity that the current Yenluo of the 10 halls is not the 10 halls Yenluo I know. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, I know him, but he doesn't know me. Otherwise, he would have given my brother Dojan some face. Now, the 2 gods guarding the gates of the netherworld, Shen Tu and Yulei, do not have any relationship with me. Otherwise, Why would it be so troublesome to cross the gates of hell? Kid, don't drag your feet. As a man, how can you hang yourself to death with a 3-foot white silk? Let me, old son, send you off with a rod. Those who die under old son's rod are not nameless ghosts. At the very least, it will be a great demon. I guarantee that you will be honored. The shepherd boy looked at the fiendish Jingu Bang and did not dare to agree. If he was hanged, he would still have a complete corpse. If he was hit in the head by the rod, wouldn't his brain matter splatter? When the time came, it would leave a bull-sized scar. He was just a little shepherd boy. He was counting on his pretty face to marry a wife. What if he was disfigured? In his panic, he missed a step and instantly strangled his neck. He could only struggle with his legs wide open. Bai Sujin turned her head and could not bear to look at him. She chatted with the Monkey King. Great sage, legend has it that the netherworld is not in the same world as the primordial world. If you want to enter, you can only go through the ghost gate. How the soul enters the netherworld is a secret. In the heavenly realm where the heavenly court is located, there are a few strange divine mountains that can be explored, such as the East Pole Tree, the West Pole Kunlun, the South Pole Sky Pillar, and the North Pole Wilderness. But where is the Ghost Gate? In the middle of the sea, there is Du Shua Mountain. On top of it, there is a peach tree that stretches for 3,000 miles. In the northeast of Beiji, there is the Ghost Gate, where thousands of ghosts enter and exit. The two gods, Shintu and Yulei, live there. The Monkey King chewed on a peach and said, I once went to the Ghost Gate to steal peaches from the big peach tree. I was chased away by Shintu and Yulei several times. Although we are not friends, with my martial uncle's face, we can secretly follow that kid's soul in. I think the two gods will turn a blind eye to it. The 10 halls of Yanluo are nothing. They are the masters of the netherworld in name, but in reality they are all people. They don't have to give them face. I, old son, don't care about them. Only the two gods, Shintu and Yulei, are the great magi who followed Her Majesty Hutu. They are like Xingtian, De'i, Kwafu, and Chiyu. Back then, the netherworld was still called Yuta City. Before reincarnation was established, they guarded the gates of Yuta City for Her Majesty Hutu. Now, the darkness of Yuta City has been turned into the netherworld by Her Majesty Hutu. The gates of Yuta City have also become the gates of hell. They are still guarding in front of the gates. They are the first barrier of the netherworld. No god can stop them. I can't easily sneak in. Sai, is that kid dead yet? The Monkey King pointed at Shepherd Boy who was still twitching. Bai Sujin went over to check Shepherd Boy's pulse and shook her head. He just fainted. There's still some time before he stops breathing. At this moment, the void suddenly split open. Yuan Yu and company came out one after another. They saw Shepherd Boy hanging from the tree, and Bai Sujin, who was testing her breathing. The three of them were stunned by the absurd scene before they reacted. The Shui Tu King raised his butcher knife and said angrily, This demoness is indeed up to no good. She even plotted to harm Prince Mu's life. Bai Sujin hurriedly explained, Fellow Taoists, please wait. If you wait any longer, the kid will stop breathing. The Shui Tu King glared and said, You still want to stall for time? Ajadi, go save Prince Mu. I'll settle the score with this woman. Bai Sujin could only watch as Ajadi went forward to untie the white silk. Ajadi pressed down on Shepherd Boy's chest and frowned. He felt that something was amiss. When did Prince Mu become immortal? He used his dermic powers to send a wisp of his aura over. Shepherd Boy coughed twice and caught his breath. He slowly woke up. The Monkey King watched coldly from the side. That's right. Shepherd Boy had been saved by them, but he would die again. However, what did that have to do with the Monkey King? He did not want to waste his breath explaining they were just two blood fiends, juniors of the grim demon lineage. In terms of seniority, the Monkey King could be considered their ancestor. Shepherd Boy Lord focused and groaned. Is this the underworld? Ah, what a strong sun. It's making me dizzy. The Shwe-Tu king looked up at the huge moon in the sky and extended his hand to touch Shepherd Boy's forehead. He said in puzzlement, "This person looks like Prince Mu, but he's immortal. Furthermore, his essence, soul, and bloodline are different from Prince Mu's. What kind of divine power or dharma spell is this? Could it be the samsara of 3 lives' divine power? Is his brain spoiled?" Yuan Yu sighed and said, "We are friends after all. Even if his brain is spoiled, we cannot let him fall into the hands of Prince Bo Jun." Bai Sujin finally had a chance to explain. After she told him the whole story, Yuan Yu said solemnly, "Prince Mu suffered a strike from a connate numinous treasure. His essence soul was shattered by the inextinguishable spiritual light. Indeed, he can only be saved with the help of the samsara laws. However, to restore his memories of his past life, or even return to his past life, other than Her Majesty Huda's mercy, the only way is to seek help from the demon ancestor River Styx." "Shwe-Tu," the Shwe-Tu king said with a sad face, "it has always been the elder ancestor who wants us to do something. How can we have the face to ask the elder ancestor to help us?" Wu Sheng rolled his eyes and said, "Our cult worships the elder ancestor Yuan-Tu every year. Every time we ask the elder ancestor to help us, the cult leader, we have to kneel and kowtow to him and beg him. Unless the lifeless cult is facing death, the elder ancestor won't do anything. The elder ancestor River Styx is our true elder ancestor. I can't even see him. Even if there is a decree, I can only kneel and accept it. I am so excited to be sent to monitor you, Yin Yang Demon Master, that I am willing to risk my life. I even want to enter the sinkhole. At this point, we can only take it one step at a time." Yuan Yu sighed and picked up the 3-foot-long white silk. He gestured at Shepherd Boy's neck. Seeing Shepherd Boy's frightened eyes, Yuan Yu could not help but say, "Old Tu, why don't you do it?" The Shwe-Tu king was a burly man. He had never cared about such things. He laughed boldly and said, "I'll do it." After Shepherd Boy woke up, he looked at the barren mountain that had not changed. He then looked at the helpless Bai Sujin, as well as the puzzled Ajati and Yuan Yu, who were studying him. Finally, there was the ferocious Shwe-Tu, who was holding the white silk around his neck. He cried out in grievance, "If you want me to die, I will die. Why did you save me after dying halfway? Then you want me to die again. Who tortures people like you? Hovering between life and death, it's too scary." Suddenly, a rod hit the back of Shepherd Boy's head. His eyes rolled back and he died. The Monkey King criticized, "It's just too torturous. I can't watch it anymore. Can't you be more straightforward?" Chapter 13:12. Let's go. Wukong pulled Bai Sujin and brought Shepherd Boy, Lord's corpse, into the void. The blood-soaked demon lord and company followed closely behind. They entered a shadowy world. This world was hidden in the shadows of the primordial world. It was very secretive. Only by passing through this place could they reach Mount Du Shua. Monkey King seemed to be familiar with the place. The Shwe-Tu king was surprised. "Your cultivation is not bad. Although you are the youngest among the 7 great sages, in my opinion, you are better than the Macaque King and Yushin King. You are not inferior to the Lion Camel King, just slightly weaker than the Rock Demon King and the Dragon Demon King." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But there are many suspicious points about you. For example, why did you betray the other 6 great sages? Why did 6 of the 7 great sages come? And why did you coincidentally help Bai Sujin escape from the pursuit? You said you are not on the same side. Then why did the Bull Demon King and the rest let a demon who is not on the same side become a great sage? The 7 great sages were left behind by the Great One Divine Court in the primordial world. They were given the responsibility of uniting the demon race and receiving the return of the Great One Divine Emperor. They were the 7 powerhouses of the demon race. How could such a prominent and important position be given to a disloyal demon? Since the Bull Demon King knew you, were disloyal, how did you know that the 6 great sages came to kill Crown Prince Mu? And you intervened in time to save Bai Sujin and Crown Prince Mu. I know that Crown Prince Mu's injuries are serious, but now that he has to go to the underworld, it seems that you are behind it. Wukong nodded and stretched out his hand. The divine talisman bestowed by the goddess of Mount Li'an by Sujin's body suddenly floated up and landed in Wukong's hand. With a flip of his hand, he struck out a divine ability and actually repaired the divine talisman out of thin air, returning it to Bai Sujin's hands. Bai Sujin checked the talisman in shock. She found that after the Monkey King's attack, the talisman had recovered 80% of its power. The Monkey King smiled and said, "Why are you comparing me to trash like the Rock Demon King? Even though I'm the youngest, I'm giving way to them. Among the 7 sages, I'm the most powerful." Bai Sujin held the talisman and bowed. "May I know how you are related to your master, Saint Mother of Mount Lishan? Before I left, your master gave me the talisman. She said that I can use this talisman to ask for help from a senior with a great background. Is this senior before me?" Monkey King scratched his ears and laughed. "I knew it when I saw 4th Sister's talisman. Thanks to her, I helped you this time. Otherwise, I won't get involved in the troubles of the netherworld." "Your Excellency is actually old Mother Lishan's brother and sister," the Shuet-Tu King exclaimed. The Monkey King scratched his left hand and pointed at them, laughing. "Ha! Don't you know that old Mother Lishan is also a female monkey? Back in the primal chaos, there was a fiend god called the Chaos Demon Ape. In a battle with the great god Pangu, he died of exhaustion. After his death, his chi turned into a ferocious beast of the ape family. Most of the ape divine beasts of the primal chaos came from his bloodline. Among them, the direct descendants of the Chaos Demon Ape are known as the 4 chaotic monkeys. We're all brothers and sisters. Old Mother Lishan was the eldest senior sister of the Jia sect, the Incongruent's divine mother. When the Nuwa divine mother created humans, she was not familiar with it, so she came to me first to ask for the Chaos Demon Ape's bloodline. Based on the appearance of the 4 chaotic monkeys, she created a hominoid that was half human and half monkey. Then, based on the Pangu true form, she created the human race. That hominoid was the incarnation of the Incongruent's divine mother, who was later known as the Old Mother of Mount Lishan. She was the first hominoid in the world. She looked half human and half ape. Later, as her cultivation deepened, she gradually took on a human form. Because of her, the demon race learned the secret of transforming into humans. The Old Mother of Mount Lishan created the demon race's cultivation method to transform into humans. Originally, she wanted to assimilate all the demons in the world into the human race. Therefore, it was not taboo to accept disciples. Even a little snake demon, like you, could become her disciple. Because she was originally half human and half ape, she was also half human and half demon. She represented the hominoid incarnation of demons that transformed into humans. She had a very special position among the demon race. Her true form was the Incongruent's divine mother, the eldest senior sister of the Jia sect. She had a wide network of connections, and her old acquaintances were all over the primal chaos. Moreover, she was highly respected in the Jia sect. Her other incarnation, the Ajati matriarch, was a great venerable of the divine path. Her foundation was extremely deep. Legend has it that the Ajati matriarch was an ancient deity from the same era as the Nuwa divine mother and Lady Hutu in the ancient divine path era. Later, she reincarnated and became the disciple of the Tongtian sect leader, becoming the eldest senior sister of the mystic Doors Jia sect. My brothers and sisters are all descendants of the chaos demonic ape. I call myself the Monkey King. I'm a spiritual stone monkey. I'm proficient in transformations, know the weather, know the geography, and can move the stars. My second brother, the Tongtian Great Sage, is a long-armed ape. He holds the sun and the moon, shrinks 1,000 mountains, distinguishes between right and wrong, and manipulates the universe. My third sister, the Wu Jiqi Divine Mother, is a primordial water ape. She can control 1,000 rivers, control 10,000 waters, and travel in and out of the ultimate ruins. My fourth sister, the Lishan Divine Mother, is also an ancient primitive person. She's the ancestor of the human race. She teaches demons and rules all living beings. She's a descendant of Nuwa. The bloodline of the chaos demonic ape respects me. What's wrong with me, the Monkey King, being the eldest brother? Only then did the Shui Tu King understand. Everything had an explanation. He secretly whispered to Ajadi, "So it's because he's from a good family." Why did the 7 great sages choose the Monkey King, who is not of the same mind as the Bull Demon King and the others? It was because he was from a good family. The 2 of them had some understanding of the history of the primordial divine court. When the primordial divine court was established by the primordial divine court, the order of the heavenly Tao was established by the bloodline law. The order of the primordial divine court was determined according to the nobility of the bloodline. The rulers of the primordial divine court were all innate gods. Their descendants were innate living beings. The primordial divine court used the bloodline law to engrave the heavenly Tao so that the descendants of the gods did not need to cultivate. They could grow to an extremely powerful level just by relying on their bloodline. Cultivation could be inherited through the bloodline, and aptitude and comprehension could be determined by the bloodline. In fact, beings with lowly bloodlines would instinctively obey those with noble bloodlines. This natural order ensured that the creatures with powerful bloodlines would always dominate the ruling class. Bloodlines naturally created order. All living beings in the untainted land only needed to establish order according to the level of their bloodline, and finally submit to the noblest innate gods of the primordial divine court and their bloodline. But the foundation of the bloodline law was the natural ruling order. So the primordial divine court could not be the source of bloodlines, because there were chaotic god fiends above it. And the most powerful bloodline was, of course, the great god Pangu. After the chaotic god fiends died, they were refined by Pangu and eventually turned into the untainted land. Their most essential bloodline and power became innate gods. So the source of the bloodline law could only be chaotic god fiends. In other words, Dara, chaotic god fiends were the source of bloodlines. There were strong and weak bloodlines among chaotic god fiends. In the future, in the process of bloodlines multiplying and blending with each other, the strong bloodline would erode the weak bloodline. Finally, the strongest of the chaotic god fiends would dominate the bloodline. Among them, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were the strongest, and the apes were also an extremely powerful clan with countless descendants. In this way, the chaos demon ape, as the strongest of the bloodlines of the apes, would dominate the bloodline order of the apes. Among the demon clan, the apes also had great potential and many branches. It could even be said that they were the most powerful branch in the demon clan. In the bloodline order created by the primordial divine court, the chaos demon ape, as the source of the ape bloodline, had the natural authority to rule, and was also the natural ruler of the order divided by the primordial divine court. Even the primordial divine court himself could not overthrow the order set by him. Therefore, as the natural leader of the countless demons of the ape race, even if the Monkey King was not on the same page as the other great sages, he had to be one of the 7 great sages, because in the order of the demon clan he was a natural royal. No wonder the higher-ups of the demon clan still followed the Tai-I deity wholeheartedly after the Tai-I divine court was destroyed by the celestial emperor. That's because the bloodline method protected their interests. Any demon clan with a powerful bloodline would definitely hate the heavenly court for destroying the bloodline method, causing their bloodline to be suppressed by the heavenly Tao and gradually degenerate. The lifeless cult master said emotionally. Originally, the descendants of connate life forms were born immortals, and those with powerful bloodlines would even become Tao lords when they reached adulthood. There were even some connate divine descendants who were born as Tao lords, and when they reached adulthood, they would become Tai dispersers. Now, no matter how good their bloodline is, it's just that their aptitude is better than others. They no longer have the benefit of only growing and not cultivating. The two briefly explain the content of the bloodline law. It also indirectly explained the reason why the Monkey King was able to mix around with the 7 great sages. Bai Sujin could not help but ask, "Great sage, since you are from such a noble background, why are you still opposing the other 6 great sages to welcome back the primordial divine court? If you welcome back the primordial divine court, all the apes and monkeys in the world will be your people. Your power is not weaker than the emperor of the heavenly court. Aren't the future 7 great sages also the future 7 emperors of the primordial demon court?" The Monkey King said, "Do you know how the bloodline law was broken back then? The bloodline law, the merit law, these laws that set the order of the world are also known as the Heavenly Tao Law. The Heavenly Tao Law, engraving the Heavenly Tao, establishing the basic laws of the primordial world, binding all living beings and legislating for all living beings in the world. What kind of boldness is this? The demon emperor established the bloodline law. The emperor of heaven established the merit law. The Hutu established the reincarnation law. The river Styx established the evolution law. The emperor Wa established the creation law. The emperor Shi established the number of changes. The 3 pure ones established the immortal Tao. Sakya established the Sandgate law to legislate for the world and the universe, to engrave order in the laws so that all living beings will follow your laws. How did such a great undertaking come to an end in a single day?" The Monkey King shook his head and smiled. "Do you know that when Nuwa created humans, the world changed color and ghosts and gods cried? It was the primordial divine court that was crying. They were in pain because of the collapse of their bloodline law, because the human race is a race without any restrictions and has unlimited potential. The human race's bloodline follows the great god Pangu. Who can surpass Pangu in the world? Therefore, in the bloodline law, the human race is an anomaly. The bloodline of the human race is not restricted by the bloodline law. But the human race was too weak at that time. Therefore, Lady Hutu stood up as the true descendant of Pangu. The 12 ancestors of witches led the witch race to destroy the bloodline law and severely damage the order established by the demon court. Then, ancestor river Styx established the evolution law with the Avicii sword. Apart from the bloodline law, he opened the path of evolution for the demon race's bloodline, allowing the lowliest and most ordinary demon race to have a chance to walk to the end of the bloodline law. He continued to deal a heavy blow to the bloodline law established by the primordial divine court. After that, the Emperor of Heaven rose to power. During the 3rd war between the witch race and the demon race, he killed the demon emperor and personally destroyed the order of the heavenly Tao of the bloodline law. Now, there are only some remnants that still protect the traditional authority of the demon race. This kind of order that has already passed away and failed. What is there for me to protect and keep? The Monkey King laughed and said, "If it fails, just sweep it into the trash. Why is there a need to crawl out and struggle at death's door? Even if the demon race wants to rise again, they need to establish a new order of the heavenly Tao. Why must they walk the old path of the past?" The few of them fell silent when they heard this. They silently followed Shepherd Boy's soul in front of them and arrived at a strange place. Shepherd Boy's soul was as weak as a mortal's. After it left his body, it was in a state of chaos. In the shadow world, it was pulled away for a long time before he snapped to his senses. He looked up and saw a tall, pitch-black mountain range in front of him. On the mountain range, there was a peach tree that blotted out the sky like the eastern Jianmu tree. Where is this? Shepherd Boy stood at the foot of the Black Mountain and felt extremely tiny. In front of him, there was an endless army of souls slowly entering the Black Mountain. The Monkey King said, This is Mount Dushua. It's also known as Een Mountain or Black Mountain. It's where the Ghost Gate is. The Ghost Gate is an extremely mystical, connate, numinous treasure. Therefore, this place is not located anywhere in the three realms. It exists in every corner of the three realms. After the soul leaves the body, it will be attracted by the Ghost Gate and come here. Behind the peach tree was indeed an indescribably gigantic door. Two gods that were as tall as black mountains stood under the peach tree. Their backs faced the Ghost Gate as they guarded the door to the underworld. The Monkey King produced an invisibility incantation to hide his body. He gestured for the others to hide as well. At the same time, he urged Shepherd Boy, "Quick, let's go! Don't let those two old men discover us." Shepherd Boy walked forward in a daze and blended into the massive army of souls. He was pushed forward towards the Ghost Gate. Just as he walked under the peach tree, he saw the god on his right suddenly lean down. He was extremely large, and one of his eyes was like a huge sun. The tiny shepherd boy was nothing in his eyes, but the god sized up the tiny shepherd boy, who was like an ant. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, "Why do I smell like a monkey?" There are also traces of the demonic path. Strange, strange. Shinshu, come over and take a look. This little guy is quite interesting. The other god also lowered his mountain-like head. Shepherd Boy felt uneasy under his gaze. After a moment, he mustered his courage and said, "Do the two gods have any problems? If there's no problem, I'm in a rush to reincarnate. There's no time to waste." Shinshu's voice caused the entire Een Mountain to tremble. He said in a low, muffled voice, "Kid, you haven't reached the end of your lifespan. Why are you reincarnating? Kid, you are a little strange. In your previous life, I think you were Celestial Emperor Dong, Hua's son. Did Celestial Emperor Dong, Hua's son, die?" Yu Lei mumbled, "Will he come to find trouble with us?" After Her Majesty Hutu went into seclusion, the heavenly courts has been busy. Every small matter will cause a ruckus and stir up reincarnation. If I had to say, let's kill that Chakra King and feed him to Divine Tiger. They have made the netherworld a mess. And that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he's always up to no good. Kill him as well. When he passes by us one day, I'll go up and intercept him. Big brother, you hit the back of his head with an axe. Let him trick us and sneak into the netherworld. After tricking us into opening the gates of hell, he actually went to live in the netherworld. He's really bullying us brothers for having a good temper." Shinshu said in an evil tone, "I smell the scent of a demon." Yu Lei mumbled, "I'm afraid that River Styx is up to mischief again. Lower your voice. Don't mention that person's name. Back then, he tricked us into tying us up under the big peach tree and barged in to discuss the Tao with Her Majesty. After that, Her Majesty blamed us for a long time. You were the most foolish to actually believe his words. You caused me to be blamed by Her Majesty," Shinshu said in a low voice. "You even said that back then, if you hadn't let Emperor of Heaven in." Yu Lei also grumbled in a low voice. Yuan Yu and company, who were hiding on Shepherd Boy's body, thought to themselves, so it turns out that you two guards are leaking information everywhere. It's no wonder Monkey King dared to sneak into the gates of hell. Shepherd Boy took advantage of their whispered quarrel to quietly move towards the gates of hell. He was about to sneak in. At this moment, a huge axe blocked the path in front of him, like an iron wall blocking him. Yu Lei glanced at him and said, "Kid, you can go in, but put down the people on you." Shepherd Boy said in a trembling voice, Who is it? I don't know." The two gods stared at him and said, "You still want to deceive us. Back then, River Styx. After that, we paid close attention to the scent of those demon bastards. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive us brothers. If you say another word of falsehood, we will feed you to Divine Tiger. Whatever Celestial Lord Dong, Hua's reputation is useless." Chapter 13:13. Under the Peach Tree, A divine tiger that was as large as a small mountain peeked its head out in excitement. The divine tiger had brownish-yellow fur, golden eyes, and a white forehead. As it walked, it brought with it an evil wind. This was the true 9 Netherhell wind. If an ordinary immortal were to come into contact with it, their soul would be sucked away, turning into a member of the dense horde of ghosts behind it that resembled a black tide. Although the divine tiger was mighty, it was only a kitten in front of the 2 gods that were as tall as the pillars of the heavens. It seemed to understand the words of the 2 gods, Shintu and Yulei, but when it saw Shepherd Boy's tiny body that was about to dissipate with a gust of wind, its expectant gaze immediately turned to disappointment. It placed its 2 large, furry paws under its chin and found a comfortable position to lie down. It lazily looked at Shepherd Boy and the 2 gods. When it looked up, its eyes seemed to be filled with disdain. When Shinta saw its expression, he immediately said angrily, "What's with that look of yours? You bastard. When we carried you here, you were only the size of a kitten. That enlightened beast of the Queen Mother of the West gave birth to a freak like you with only 1 head. She didn't want you, so she gave you to our Queen Mother, who handed you over to us to raise. Other than the ghost peach tree that only produces peaches, there is nothing to eat in the gates of hell. We used the evil spirits that wanted to escape the gates of hell to raise you. We raised you with shit and piss until now, hoping that you would help guard the door. Now all you do is eat and sleep. You're even picky. In the past few years, other than the big ghosts and the Ghost King, you haven't eaten any of the small ghosts or evil spirits. You're as fat as a pig." Yulei slammed his axe into the ground, brushing past the divine tiger's head before sinking into the ground. "If this goes on, what's the point of raising you? Why don't we kill you and eat your meat?" The divine tiger leaped up and opened its mouth to roar. It pretended to bite at Shepherd Boy. Shintu hurriedly grabbed its mouth and forcefully closed it. He scolded, "This is a kid from Celestial Lord Dong, Hua's family. He's not someone you can eat as you please. And all of you, when are you going to hide? Come out." With that said, he patted the divine tiger in his hand. The divine tiger's golden eyes shot out a beam of divine light that nailed Shepherd Boy. Yuan Yu and the others had nowhere to hide, so they could only reveal themselves. At that moment, Shen Tu's divine tiger leapt up from the ground and excitedly stared at the group, saliva slowly dripping from its mouth as it looked up at great god Shin Tu expectantly, its 2 hill-sized claws constantly pulling at Shin Tu's trousers. Great god Shin Tu pulled up his trousers and glared at the group. 2 demon brats, 1 heavenly master, Dara of the mystic door, and 1 little enchantress. Strange, strange. How did you all get together? What are you plotting to infiltrate hell?" Hearing his words, Yuan Yu looked left and right and was shocked. The great sage, heaven's equal, had disappeared. All of them had been seen through by the gatekeeper, Shin Tu Yulei, but that damned monkey had actually disappeared without a trace at this moment. Bai Sujin was still the most responsible. She faced the 2 great gods, Shintu and Yulei, and gently said, "This little girl is Bai Sujin. I was originally a little demon, cultivating under the goddess of Mount Li. I pay my respects to the 2 great gods. So you are a subordinate of the goddess of Mount Li. Things are getting more and more interesting. 2 demon children under the Nether River Patriarch, a celestial master of the Celestial Gate, and a little demon under the Old Mother of Mount Li were following the son of the Celestial Court's Celestial Emperor Dong, Hua, to sneak into the Netherworld. This was big trouble. Fortunately, this god's eyes can see through the 3 realms. Tell me, do you want to subvert the 3 realms or reverse reincarnation?" Bai Sujin's beautiful face turned pale. Why did these 2 great gods look so strange? She still explained, reporting to the great gods, this little demon was originally an ordinary demon spirit, but because of a misfortune, I was inadvertently involved in the plot of the 7 great sages of the demon clan to assassinate the heavenly court's Prince Mu. In order not to implicate others, I brought the prince here to seek medical treatment. As for the two fellow Taoists from the Devil Path, Bai Sujin raised her head again and looked at Xue Tuesday. Wu Sheng's eyes were a little surprised and doubtful. Xue Tu and Wu Sheng were also helpless. Who asked the Devil Path to have such a bad reputation? Everyone instinctively did not trust them. Heaven have mercy. They, the Devil Path, had not done anything disgraceful. Resisting deceit, slaughtering all living beings, killing decisively, turning hostile, scheming, bullying the kind and fearing the evil. These were all the traditions of the Devil Path. Traditions? Why didn't all living beings in the primitive land know how to respect each other? As for the two fellow Taoists from the Devil Path, they are Prince Mu's friends. After knowing the whereabouts of Prince Mu, they escorted us to the gate of hell. I am not familiar with them. Great God Yu Lei touched his chin and said, Emperor Dong Hua's family is very strict. He has always strictly ordered his family not to make friends with bandits. I didn't expect his son to make friends with two Devil Path people. How daring. He will not have a good ending when he goes back. This time you saved him, but I'm afraid you will be sent into reincarnation by Emperor Dong Hua again next time. Also, you people from the Devil Path are around the prince. There must be some conspiracy. What about this heavenly master of the mystic door? Did he discover the conspiracy of the Devil Path and come to investigate? This, Yuan Yu said embarrassedly. The Xue Tu King said gloomily, Open your eyes. This is the Yin-Yang Demon Master of our Devil Path. He is here on the orders of the River Styx demon ancestor to stir up something big. Don't you know? Knowing too much. You will die. You are threatening me. Great God, Yu Lei's eyes widened. Shintu whispered in his ear, This is not the first time that River Styx has stirred up something big. If you get involved, you will not end well. Don't forget the last time he came to the underworld. We can't afford to offend River Styx. Let them go quietly. Anyway, the goddess is not in charge anymore. The property of the underworld is not worth it for us to risk our lives. River Styx is stirring up something big again. I'm afraid this time he is going to destroy the entire underworld. Well done. Maybe it is the goddess's intention. We are blind and ruin the goddess's plan. Yu Lei rolled his eyes and felt that it was not worth arguing with him. The two of us are just gatekeepers. When the goddess is here, we can do our best. But now the heavenly court doesn't treat us as one of their own. Why should we go through the trouble for them? And this time, the youngest son of Emperor Dong Hua is also involved. Who knows, we might be asking for trouble if we meddle in other people's business. The two great gods exchanged glances and felt that there was no need to get involved in this mess. But I can't lose face. Great God, Yu Lei made up his mind and said, I just need to scare them. He immediately stood up and looked at them coldly like a pillar supporting the sky. Such big words. Generally speaking, demon cubs with such big words are used to feed divine tiger. When the huge divine tiger heard this, he quickly stood up and stared at the few people excitedly, salivating. He trod on the ground with small, quick steps, and his meaty paws were silent, showing his excitement. The ghost gate often had great ghosts who wanted to kill their way into the world of the living, so there was no shortage of food. However, ghosts were full of vitality, but their stomachs were not full. Even after eating a lot, their stomachs were still empty. Divine Tiger had long been looking forward to the arrival of two flesh and blood, but as soon as Yu Lei's tone changed, Divine Tiger's mood dropped visibly, and he looked at Shintu with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Damn it, every time you say feed me, why don't you feed me? There is true love in the world. Seeing the world-shaking love between Imperial Prince Mu and this little white snake. Even this god, who has a heart of stone that has been cold for thousands of eons, couldn't help but be moved. What a touching feeling this is, one that transcends all obstacles. The high and mighty heavenly court's imperial prince is actually moved by a little snake monster from the mortal world. In order to save her lover, this white snake did not hesitate to break into the underworld and reverse the cycle of reincarnation, violating the taboo of life and death, breaking through the barrier between heaven and earth. What kind of love is this? How can this God not be moved? Go in. Today, this God will give you a way out. Bai Sujin wore a dazed look on her face as she stared blankly at Shentu and Yulei, who were imagining a lot of things, and thought to herself, I don't have any relationship with Imperial Prince Mu. 2 seniors, why would great God say that? Could it be our actions are very misunderstood? Little Qing, Xiao Qing, I went out on this trip, and I found you a brother-in-law, just like that? Could the fated person that Her Majesty, the Holy Mother, mentioned be referring to this fate? For a moment, Bai Sujin's heart was in a mess. On the other hand, Xuetu, Wu Sheng, Yuan Yu, and company looked calm. They had seen through it, but did not say it out loud. They squeezed out a few tears and pretended to be moved, as if they had not yet had their sexual intercourse. They surrounded Bai Sujin and Shepherd Boy and walked towards the gates of hell. The divine tiger behind them looked as if the sky had collapsed. He looked at them reluctantly as they walked towards the gates of hell. Yulei whispered to Shintu, See, this brother is still quite quick-witted. The divine tiger quietly got up and slipped into the gates of hell. Yulei glanced at him and ignored him. Although the divine tiger was gluttonous, it still knew what was good for it. It never touched people that Yulei did not allow it to touch. Now, it was probably going to catch a few big ghosts to satisfy its hunger. The divine tiger slipped into the gates of hell and quietly put down the Monkey King on its back. The Monkey King climbed down from the divine tiger, scratched its orange fur, and said to it, I have to thank you again this time. Next time, I'll bring you more blood food from the human world. You have to save the peaches from the ghost peach tree for me. The divine tiger nodded its big head and nudged the Monkey King. It jumped a few steps back and then looked back at the Monkey King. The Monkey King nodded, indicating that it remembered everything. Then, it ran towards the direction of hell without looking back. Wu Sheng, Xuetu, and the others passed through the gates of hell, where it was pitch black. The underworld was formerly known as Yuta City, and as the name suggested, it was a place without light. Before reincarnation began, the ghosts crowded in Yuta City, devouring each other. They were extremely hungry and pitiful. Only when it was dark could they break into the human world and devour humans. When Empress Hota saw this, she pitted the living beings of the world of the living and the ghosts of Yuta City. She sent Earth Count into Yuta City to establish order and sent Shintu Yulei to guard the gates of hell to prevent the ghosts of Yuta City from going to the world of the living to devour humans. Finally, in order to reduce the pain of all living beings after death and to give their souls a home to return to, Empress Hoto sacrificed herself to create reincarnation, opening the end of death for all living beings. The reincarnation opened up a quiet, warm, and tranquil home for the souls of all living beings. It was no longer like the time in Yuta City where the ghosts could only devour each other and suffer constant torture until their souls were destroyed. Yuan Yu and the others hadn't even walked halfway when they saw the Monkey King waiting in front of them. They instantly felt that the 7th great sage of the demon race was incomparably mysterious. He could even sneak into the gates of hell without being discovered by the 2 great gods guarding the gates. Chapter 13-14. In the netherworld, rumors spread the fastest. The continuous mountain range was barren. In the dark and lightless netherworld, blood-red magma seeped through the cracks in these barren mountains. The magma emitted a dark red glow, illuminating a weak light. The ground beneath their feet was charred black. After walking for a while, the group realized that the netherworld wasn't completely desolate and silent. A black river meandered through the mountains. Strange, blood-red flowers bloomed on both sides of the river. These strange, blood-red flowers glowed faintly. The light from each flower wasn't dazzling, but when they gathered together, they formed a blood-red river that was formed from a sea of flowers along the two sides of the Black River. The water of this river is the blue sky underworld. Shwe, 2 kings, said faintly, "The blooming flowers on both sides are the red spider lilies." The blue sky underworld has a strange, purifying ability. It can wash away almost all filth. Anything that falls into it will be assimilated by the blue sky underworld. Therefore, don't underestimate this river because it looks inconspicuous. In fact, it's extremely dangerous. This river, formed by the convergence of the blue sky underworld and meandering through more than half of the netherworld, is the River Styx. The river Styx patriarchs, River Styx. Ajati warned solemnly, "The purifying power of the blue sky underworld can purify the world's most complicated, filthiest, and stubborn entanglements." In other words, the karma of all living beings, love, hate, and the 8 sufferings of the human world. Everything that falls into it will be forgotten and purified, returning to the purest form of living beings. In the demon ancestors' imagination, reincarnation shouldn't exist in the world. There should only be the River Styx and the Een soil. When the souls of all living beings fall into the River Styx, under the cleansing of the blue sky underworld, all karma will be washed away, returning to the purest essence of the soul. Then they will sleep in the Een soil, slowly decomposing, nurturing, and being reborn. Their memories, love and hate, karma, and all their unwillingness float away with the heaven underworld. Those unforgettable things, those feelings of love and hate nourished the spider lilies by the shore, becoming the most beautiful scenery in the world. In Demon Ancestors' personal notes, it was mentioned that, at that time, what demon ancestor wanted the most was to cross the ocean and experience all the love and hate in the world. Then he would step into the River Styx and let it slowly fade away. It's a pity that Empress Hutu doesn't appreciate demon ancestors' way of thinking. So the River Styx that demon ancestor opened up became something that cleanses the karma of the souls that come here. After all, Empress Hutu is a god. She takes too much pity on the fear of death that all living beings have towards death. Unable to withstand the devout prayers of all living beings, she creates an afterlife for them. In the end, he fell out with demon ancestor and established samsara. What a pity! In the beginning, what Empress Hutu wanted was to create a peaceful and tranquil place for all living beings, a beautiful dreamland. In Empress Hutu's view, death should be like returning home to sleep, beautiful and tranquil, the warmest thing in the world. But unfortunately, all living beings are unable to escape the fear of death. For the sake of all living beings, Empress Hutu defeated the demons that were born out of their fear, the gods that want to enslave the souls of all living beings. In a distant, indescribable era, Empress Hutu doesn't represent death or the ownership of souls. She is only an earth god, the mother of the earth that nurtures all living beings. It's precisely because she takes pity on all living beings that she kills a group of demons that symbolize death and defeats the great horror, darkness, and strangeness of the evil gods and demons. She then defeats a group of gods that want to use the fear of death of all living beings to enslave their souls and establish so-called divine kingdoms and heavens. She cleans up the chaotic Yuta city that is filled with lonely souls and wild ghosts, creating a peaceful, eternal, and tranquil home for all living beings. The demon ancestor admires this very much. Originally, the demon ancestor was willing to help Empress Hutu create such a home for souls. The demon ancestor believes that such death is definitely the supreme joy of all living beings. Unfortunately, Empress Hutu is a god. Her compassion and love for all living beings ultimately limits her. All living beings are too afraid of death. Day and night, they pray to Empress Hutu to continue living. Their fear doesn't disappear in that peaceful darkness. Instead, it's their fear that constantly breeds the gods and demons in the darkness. Yuta City constantly gives birth to those extremely twisted and evil demons that disturb the soul's sleep. Although a group of Een gods helps Empress Hutu clean up these demons and gods, the Empress still chooses to understand the fear of all living beings. Therefore, the Empress created reincarnation, creating an afterlife for all living beings. The demon ancestor is exasperated that reincarnation doesn't live up to his expectations. He believes that reincarnation is completely destroying that beautiful and peaceful world after death. Therefore, he angrily barges into the netherworld and arrives before reincarnation. He questions reincarnation with 9 questions. This is the netherworld's 9 questions. This is the story of the river Styx and the red spider lilies. Then reincarnation constantly changes and is constantly distorted. The demon ancestor and Empress Hutu both want to give the souls of all living beings a peaceful home. But in order to continue living, all living beings choose to be toyed with. Therefore, reincarnation is constantly distorted, filled with restlessness, self-righteous morals, restless interests, and eternal greed. In the end, the demon ancestor despises this place. His will no longer flows along the river Styx on the netherworld's Een soil. His will returns to the blood sea, coldly watching everything that happens in reincarnation. It's laughable, noisy, restless, chaotic farce. Until one day, he can no longer watch this farce. He sweeps through everything and destroys the underworld. The Shwe Tu king faintly recounted the ancient story passed down by the fiends. As he waited for something, Ajadi knelt beside the river Styx and chanted something in obscure, demonic language. The ancient and obscure language matched with a profound rhythm. It was as if it was a poem and funeral oration from the most ancient era. The voice of the story and the funeral oration intertwined, as if it touched upon the laws of the underworld. It made Bai Sujin's hair stand on end as she listened. She was alarmed. She subconsciously hugged the shepherd boy, Lord's thin body tightly. She looked at the 2 fiendish Tao lords with some fear and slight excitement. She was afraid because of the prophecy that the demon ancestor would easily destroy the underworld. She was excited because she knew the shocking secrets of the 2 important figures, Empress Hutu and the river Styx, demon ancestor. Although she did not know if these ancient stories were the bragging of the fiends or if they were ancient and unknown history. But Bai Sujin still looked forward to it and was excited as the demonic language from Ajadi's mouth became deeper. The river Styx also began to fluctuate abnormally. The Monkey King waited impatiently by the side before a small boat floated over from upstream. Bai Sujin was so nervous that she nearly suffocated. The taboo of the underworld, the river Styx that flowed with the most mysterious of the connate true water, the blue sky underworld, actually had a small boat floating over. How terrifying and strange was this! No one could cross the river Styx. Even the underworld needed the connate numinous treasure, the bridge of helplessness, to cross the river Styx. No evil spirit or demon god dared to fall into the offending river Styx. It symbolized the laws of the underworld. On the ancient river Styx, accompanied by the ancient demonic language, an unmanned boat floated over from upstream. The 2 direct descendants of the fiends used the most ancient funeral oration to summon a mysterious boat. They wanted to use it to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This was the most unspeakable taboo of the netherworld. This would become a legend. Goku leaped lightly and stepped onto the boat. He reached out and grabbed a handful of black coins from his body and pressed them into the wooden stake on the bow of the boat. Upon closer inspection, there was a thin slit on it, which seemed to be used to insert coins. What are you looking at? 2 coins for boarding the boat. 10 coins for crossing the bridge of helplessness. Pay for it yourself. Bai Sujin's eyes widened instantly. Do you have coins? Shwe Tu and Wu Shang exchanged a look and thought to themselves, this guy is really not simple. He is so familiar with the river Styx ferry. He is even more familiar with it than us. Shwe Tu also boarded the boat. He stuffed a few black coins into Wu Sheng's hands and explained to Bai Sujin behind him, "This is the virtue coin. You only need to meditate and you will be able to trigger a trace of the virtue aura in your body. With the help of the heavenly Tao of the netherworld, you will be able to condense this kind of virtue coin. The virtue coin is the best currency of the underworld. It can be used to accumulate merits to become a deity. It is the only way to resurrect the underworld. Therefore, it is the currency issued by the heavenly court. Next is the incense money. It is condensed from the wishes of all living beings. It also has endless uses, especially in the hands of deities. It is considered a hard currency. Apart from that, there is also the blessing coin issued by the Buddhist League, the super coin issued by the Mystic Door, and the Yin coin that is used as a small currency among ghosts. Don't be greedy for these coins, they are useless. Especially the Yin coin. It is just a little bit of wishes and condensed from Yin Qi. Ghosts can use it to fill their stomachs. The Monkey King shook his head and said, "The blessing coin and super coin issued by the Buddhist League and the Mystic Door are not used by their own families. There are only two big banks that operate them. One is Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the other is Tai Nirvana. Needless to say, these two kinds of coins are issued by them. This is the good thing about the demonic path. They do not engage in any financial innovation. They use the Yin coin honestly. The products of the Emperor of Heaven are used as hard currency and do not depreciate. There are some small deities and small forces behind the Mystic Door and the Buddhist League. They also engage in financial innovation. In the end, the previous batch of ghosts often fail before they can reincarnate. These people who engage in the coin circle have ruined the reputation of the underworld money method. The new ghosts who have come down now all say that inflation is very high. Actually, the underworld money method is still very promising. I am going to use the big peach tree on Yin Mountain as the capital to issue the underworld money method. I have calculated that the big peach tree can bear 3,000 peaches every year. It is very beneficial to the ghosts and deities. However, because Shintayulei is guarding it, and there is a divine tiger under the tree that feeds on ghosts, no ghost can eat it. But I have a way to get that batch of peaches. I am going to use that as the capital to borrow a batch of incense from the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Unity and Salvation to operate my Monkey King coin. How about it? Are the few of you interested? Peaches as collateral." Shui, too, shook his head like a wheel as he secretly cursed. This isn't a monkey. What's the use of peaches as collateral? Bai Sujin also had a look of politeness as she whispered, "Great sage, I'm not dead yet. I can slowly accumulate the money of the underworld in the world of the living. Only a ghost would speculate in money." Yuan Yu sneered and said, "You should sell your Monkey King coin to a ghost. If you can scam a ghost, then so be it." Shepherd Boy lay on the bow of the boat as he watched the boat sail past the Black Mountains along the River Styx. Gradually, it entered the plains of the underworld. There were many villages that were scattered along the banks of the River Styx. However, the ghosts seemed to be afraid of the River Styx. Although the villages were close to the banks, the ghosts did not dare to approach the sea of spider lilies. Shepherd Boy could only see the faint shadows from afar. As the boat went deeper, more and more strange ghosts appeared in front of them. There were small blue ghosts that only reached a human's calf. There were ghosts with horns on their heads. As more and more ghosts appeared, there were those with leopard tails, bird beaks, fish gills, and those that looked like wasps. There were also large ghosts with green faces and fangs. Ghosts that looked like mountain spirits and mountain ghosts that looked like scarlet raccoons. There were also those with cow heads and horse faces. They were half human and half beast with bald hair and fangs. They were extremely strange and strange. Shepherd Boy exclaimed, "Are these all ghosts?" "I thought ghosts were the same as when they were alive." Shuet Tu King shook his head and said, "They are ghosts. They are living beings of the underworld. Not souls. There are living beings in the underworld. Baisujin was taken aback. She felt that the creatures of the underworld sounded odd. It was previously mentioned that the fear of death of the souls of living beings created twisted monsters in the darkness of Yuta City. These living beings are the descendants of the souls and monsters. In the end, it is something created by the demon ancestor. It involves one of the 9 questions of the netherworld. When the demon ancestor and Her Majesty Hutu discussed the Tao, they used monsters and dead spirits to create living beings that could reproduce in the underworld. Her Majesty Hutu could not bear to seal them in the realm of freedom, so she allowed them to reproduce in the underworld. In the end, it became a world of ghosts. Thankfully, although they have long lifespans, they only have lifespans and not young lifespans. Furthermore, their reproductive abilities are extremely poor, so at least they did not overrun the place. Chapter 13:15. It's really lively. Shepherd Boy praised. It doesn't seem bad to die here. The environment is quite good. Baisujin and company took the small boat deeper into the underworld. Along the way, the river Styx converged into tributaries. The river became wider and wider, and gradually it was tens of thousands of miles wide. A small boat with a black awning was in the middle of the river Styx. On the surging water, it was like a lone sail that had fallen into the Yangtze River. It had a feeling that it could capsize at any time. Baisujin became more and more alarmed. The river Styx surged with unbelievably vast divine might. She saw extremely powerful souls being swept in from the river Styx from time to time. Then, a few waves would wash them into the purest souls without any impurities. From time to time, tributaries of the river Styx would flow into the main stream that they were on. The surging was the purest and most powerful force in the world. It made Baisujin's heart palpitate. She was a tiny white snake, but she had the qualities of a flood dragon. She could move the water. However, in front of one of the 3 largest rivers in the world, Baisujin could only feel how tiny she was. Along the way, they saw that there were countless dead spirits and living beings mixed in the underworld. The ghosts that did not enter the cycle of reincarnation and the ghosts of the underworld lived together. They built countless ghost cities. There were also countless shadows cast by the divine territories of the Yang realm on the inlands. Many of the treasured lands where the chi of the primordial world gathered also cast their shadows on the inlands. These spiritual lands in the divine territories were also known as blessed lands. The gods Dharmakaya sat in the middle of the blessed land. From time to time, the god would stare at the small boat that Baisujin was on. They also saw countless powerful ghosts stirring up havoc. Many powerful ghosts that made even their hearts palpitate were fighting each other. Along the way, they saw peaceful ghost villages and chaotic ghosts fighting each other. They saw these things from time to time. Shepherd Boy was somewhat puzzled. Monkey King seemed to notice his puzzlement. Why? Do you think it's different from the netherworld you imagined? Shepherd Boy nodded his head in embarrassment. Monkey King sighed. The primordial world is too big. Even the heavenly courts can't manage it. How many years will it take for the Milky Way Navy to patrol the primordial world? The netherworld was not inferior to the untainted world. So how could the underworld manage it? Although some people call this the netherworld, as if they can see the netherworld once they enter. What a joke! How many people in the primordial world have seen the heavenly courts before? Of course, it's the same for the underworld. Reincarnation has its own rules. Reincarnation is at the bottom of the sea where the river Styx converges. Therefore, as long as the souls of the primeval times are thrown into the river Styx, they will naturally be washed clean and enter reincarnation. When Queen Hutu ruled the netherworld, the river Styx was responsible for transporting souls from the primordial world to Samsara. At that time, after the people of the primordial world died, their souls were led by the river Styx and fell into the river, floating in the blue sky underworld. The spider lilies on both sides of the river were countless times more beautiful than they are now. At that time, The gates of hell were a path for the living beings that entered the netherworld. The souls of the dead were guided by the river Styx. Later, the Emperor of Heaven merged the netherworld into the heavenly courts. He created the road to the netherworld and snatched the souls of all living beings from the guidance of the river Styx. He perfected the authority of the netherworld and brought the death of all living beings under the rule of the heavenly courts. Of course, it cannot be said that the Emperor of Heaven had selfish motives, because in the beginning the netherworld was indeed selfless in managing the matter of samsara. It was also at that time that the netherworld became like a world. The Emperor of Heaven was benevolent. He allowed those who died to enjoy 100 times longer lifespan in the netherworld. The heavenly courts lacked talents to manage the primordial world. The Emperor of Heaven used the merit dharma to promote the candidates of God from the ghosts as the foundation for the heavenly courts to rule the primordial world. Without the road to the netherworld and the souls of all living beings as talent reserves, the heavenly courts would never be able to stabilize their foundation. In the beginning, the heavenly courts lacked talents to the point that the Emperor of Heaven had no choice but to allow those who did not have enough merit to temporarily serve as temporary gods in the netherworld. They waited for their descendants to accumulate merit for them before promoting them to the heavenly courts. At that time, although the netherworld had broken away from the natural operation of the river Styx and reincarnation, and the orbit that the demon ancestor of the river Styx and goddess Huda had set for it, it still operated stably and maintained its orbit. That was the general trend of the Emperor of Heaven stripping the local authority and the heavenly courts collecting the authority of the primordial world. I can't complain. However, after the Emperor of Heaven merged with the Tao, the merit dharma was flawed. The heavenly courts were in chaos, and most of the laws set by the Emperor of Heaven were abolished. There were flaws in the road to the netherworld that led the souls of all living beings, and the bridge of helplessness that crossed the river Styx. Many powerful and unruly souls broke free from the road to the netherworld and escaped into the vast netherworld. The heavenly courts also gradually placed layers of procedures in the process of the soul reincarnation and expanded the divine authority. In turn, the divine authority seized the natural authority of all living beings to enter reincarnation and interfered with reincarnation. The establishment of hell intercepted the souls of those who had committed heinous crimes. In the name of settling the good and evil, it was actually to control the huge resources of sinful souls. The mystic door and the Buddhist sects all interfered. The laws of the netherworld became more and more complicated, and more forces interfered in the process of reincarnation. After the natural divine authority of the patriarch of the river Styx and goddess Hutu was replaced by the centralized divine authority of the heavenly courts, it was then usurped by the parasites of the Buddhist sects of the mystic door, who were selfish and carried out the divine authority for the heavenly courts in name. In the end, the divine authority of the heavenly courts only existed in name. Now, the power of reincarnation in the netherworld is in the hands of the noble divine authority. The representative is Fengdu the Great, the master of the netherworld during the time of the Emperor Heaven. He was replaced by Yenluo of the Ten Halls, who was supported by the mystic door and the Buddhist sects. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva entered hell, and the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord entered hell. Both of them are like this, although the two of them are powerful and noble, and I have nothing to say about their moral character. Monkey said with a smile, but they are people of noble character who carry out a large part of the reincarnation godly right on behalf of the heavenly court. I don't have to say too much about what it means. If they dared to interfere with reincarnation during the time of the Emperor Heaven, they would have been killed by the Emperor Heaven. But now, the Monkey King smiled and said, the netherworld is so lively. How can it not be lively? On the Yellow Springs Road, there are often ghosts with profound cultivation base who break free and run to the vast netherworld to abuse their power. There are also the disciples of the Buddhist sects and the mystic door. After they die, there are Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation to take care of them. They don't go to reincarnation if they want to. But when they do, they still have to be picky. The evil ghosts are locked in hell, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sends people there every day, causing countless evil ghosts to find an excuse to bail them out. The Shwe-Tu king also sighed and said, "The netherworld now can only barely operate, sending most of the souls of the insignificant living beings to reincarnation. Ghosts with a little magic power have the chance to escape from the system of the netherworld and run to the vast land of the netherworld, where they can achieve great things. For countless years, I don't know how many have escaped. Anyway, as long as they are worn down in the netherworld, it is another form of reincarnation, so it is not a big deal. Moreover, the reincarnation is controlled by the 10 halls Yanluo, and they can also reap benefits. Therefore, in the land of the netherworld, evil ghosts gather in groups, and ghost kings attack each other and fight wars. It is really not a rare thing. The netherworld is not smaller than the untainted land, and the strength of the netherworld is far inferior to the heavenly court, so they can't control it, so they just let them do whatever they want. Anyway, they can't cause any big trouble. The law of reincarnation is inscribed with the heavenly Tao, and there is no need for human intervention. The netherworld is originally a part of reincarnation. These ghosts are free in the Earth, but sooner or later they will be worn down by the Earth or cleansed by the river Styx. Many ghosts are tired of living, so they find a tributary of the river Styx and jump into it. It is quite carefree. At this time, an angry roar came from afar. Devil bastard sneaks into the netherworld again to rob souls. Fellow Taoists passing by, please lend a helping hand. The netherworld will definitely reward you with merits. Bai Sujin woke up with a start, and from afar, she saw 2 shadows flying with devil chi and laughing strangely. Their whole bodies were covered in netherworld ghost fire, and they were carrying thousands of ghosts as they fled in the direction of the river Styx. Behind them, an awe-inspiring golden-armored bullhead, God, led a group of ghost soldiers to chase after them. An old devil whose hair and beard were covered in green flames laughed strangely. "Bullhead, how many merits do you need to capture us? How many years do you need to capture us to confer a small earth god? We, the devil path, are not to be trifled with. There is no benefit to be gained from doing such troublesome things. Who would be so insensible?" Another old devil also laughed strangely and said, "Today I'll take your 50,000 souls to refine into a treasure. My mystical soul-gathering flag needs 49 flags for a small formation, and each flag needs at least 5 million souls. Who knows? I'll have to trouble you again tomorrow. Ha ha ha. The river Styx is right in front." The old devil covered in green flames said hoarsely, "If you continue to chase after us, you won't be able to gain anything. The devil path has the protection of the river Styx demon ancestor, and many of our supernatural powers and cultivation techniques contain the principles of the river Styx. When the time comes, we can borrow the divine power of the river Styx. If you accidentally fall into our hands, you will be washed clean and reincarnated, and half of your life's hard work will be wasted. It's not worth it." As expected, the bullhead celestial general did not dare to chase after them until they reached the sea of red spider lilies. He stopped and scolded, "Devil child, you are unpredictable. I heard rumors that 2 days ago, 2 direct descendants of the river Styx demon ancestor snuck into the netherworld, wanting to stir up trouble and destroy the netherworld. You guys might be their accomplices. How can I, bullhead celestial, sit back and watch? Capturing you guys will be a great merit. I will be promoted to a higher rank. You ran so fast today, but if I catch you next time, I'll definitely send you to the 18th level of hell. Blah, blah, blah." The old devil, covered in black, chi stuck out his tongue and made a face as he shook his butt. "There's someone above us in the devil path. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is from my Azura clan. When the time comes, I'll kneel in front of Bodhisattva and become a good man again. Your father. On the shore, The ox-head divine general was so angry that he was spitting white phosphorescence out of his nostrils. Bai Sujin looked at the two old devils, who were laughing shamelessly with their hands on their hips. She then turned around to look at the Shui Tu King, who had been carelessly criticizing the underworld a moment ago. It's like the underworld is playing with power, causing chaos in the world, and you demonic cultivators are stirring up trouble, burning, killing, and looting. The heavenly court might be quite arrogant, but your demonic path is already rotten to the point of oozing pus. It's better to support the heavenly court. The blood-soaked demon monarch awkwardly explained, "This is the style of our demonic path. It's like an evil poison. Those with strict laws that can't be exploited will only grow stronger. As for those that are rotten and broken, they need us to lend them a helping hand and thoroughly die. If it wasn't for the heavenly court in action, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva playing with power, and the underworld being in chaos, how could we demonic cultivators have had the chance to stir up trouble?" The two old devils used magic on the shore of the river Styx to create a turbid stream of blood sea true water, and prepared to sneak into the blood sea. They saw a small boat swaying towards them. On the boat stood an expressionless, dark-skinned, burly man who reeked of blood. His eyes flickered with a bloody light as he looked at them. The two demons hurriedly went up and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Senior Blood Demon. Senior, are you using this ferry to plunder souls from the underworld? This time we only got beast souls, not even 2 high-grade demon souls. When we get a batch of human souls with rich spirituality and emotions, we'll definitely give them to you. You too." The Shui Tu King's eyes shone fiercely. He was just about to teach these 2 arrogant newbies a lesson for ruining the reputation of the demonic path. Then he thought again, "That's not right. What reputation do we, demonic cultivators, have? Isn't this how it should be? Is it wrong to plunder souls? Wrong. In the laws and order of the heavenly court, it was a huge mistake. They were just criticizing the heavenly court, and in the blink of an eye, someone was plundering souls. It was like criticizing the government for being muddle-headed and incompetent, and in the blink of an eye, there were 2 accomplices blocking the way, but they were demonic cultivators. Wasn't this what they were doing? They, the demonic cultivators, had never thought of competing for the business of the heavenly court. It was like a group of bandits criticizing the government and then blocking the way to rob, burn, and kill. Was that wrong? It was their job. It wasn't like they were preparing to rebel. The Shui Tu King came to his senses. He had been acting as a righteous cultivator for too long, and he was still in a daze. After he came to his senses, he patted the shoulders of the 2 rising stars of the demonic path and said, "Well done! I admire you. I have something good for you. I will bring you 2 to do something big. Go to the bridge of helplessness and force the tens of millions of souls that he brewed. If the underworld isn't prepared, we will go to hell and do something big." Bai Sujin's expression changed drastically. She pulled on the sleeve of the Monkey King and said, "Great sage, this person has finally revealed his true colors. Saving Prince Mu was an act. Plundering the underworld is the real thing." The Monkey King pulled the Shui Tu over and said, "What do you think? Tell her." The Shui Tu King scratched his head and laughed coldly. "Of course I know that business is more important. Don't we have 2 helpers? When the time comes, we can let the 2 of them create chaos, and it will be more convenient for us to act. Even if the situation is not good, we will have someone to back us up. Moreover, after they are captured, they will mislead the underworld so that they won't know what we are here for. Did you hear that? The 2 guarding the gates of hell didn't say anything and leaked our information. Now we have to make sure that it is the demonic path that is stirring up trouble. Otherwise, when the information about Prince Mu is leaked, we will be in real trouble. At that time, Imperial Emperor Ziyang's faction in the underworld, as well as the demon race, the Buddhist sect, and the mystic door will all come for us." Yuan Yu said faintly, "When we saw Shintu and Yulei, we should know that they don't keep their mouths shut The Ajadi thought for a moment and sighed. That's true. When we came, we heard them saying everything. Something about the Emperor of Heaven. Something about the old ancestor tying them to a tree. How could such people be sent by the Empress to guard the gates? Could it be that the Empress gave the order in Yuta City? It's so dark that I can't see what kind of people they are. In any case, Shintu and Yulei have talked a lot of nonsense. Instead of letting them talk about Prince Mu, it is better to pretend that they are from the demonic path. In any case, the Blood Sea is very close to the netherworld, and the underworld has long been accustomed to the demonic path coming here to burn, kill, and loot. Recently, 90% of the Blood Sea Azura clan's newborn population was transformed from the souls of those he brewed and robbed. Yuan Yu said calmly, "Can't you call more people? This amount of cannon fodder is not enough. There is no time for me to find people now. Let's just take one." Shui Tu's face showed no shame, and he didn't feel guilty at all for tricking his fellow demonic path disciples. Even if he admired these two daring demonic path rookies, it didn't prevent Shui Tu from using them. Even the two demons, although their eyes showed suspicion, didn't object. According to the tradition of the demonic path, one sat on the surface, another sat behind the scenes. Whichever set they played. Now, the two demonic path rookies obviously couldn't play hard, so no matter what Shui Tu said on the surface, they could only obey. Bai Sujin, who was listening on the side, looked like she was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that she had underestimated the demonic path's moral integrity, which was really unfathomable. Chapter 13:16. Monkey King steered the boat for a long time. More and more tributaries of the river Styx converged together in the netherworld, and the boat soon reached the main branch of the river Styx. The river was vast and boundless, like a vast ocean. The blue sky yellow springs that flowed through the river were yellow in color, like turbid water. This turbid sea was boundless, and occasionally one could see the remains of giant demons and gods floating in the river. The remains of these demons and gods were exposed in the river, like small islands in the middle of the river Styx. Many rusted swords, spears, and halberds were inserted into the remains of these demons and gods, their luster darkening to black iron. They had long since lost their former sharpness, but the occasional murderous aura they exuded was truly awe-inspiring. Monkey King steered the boat through these tattered corpses, most of them rusted to the point where only bones remained. Bai Sujin looked up at these demons and gods whose heads were as large as mountains, and the shocking scars on their immortal bodies. She couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded. Shui Tu said solemnly, "The water of the river Styx and the blue sky yellow springs can purify everything, but they can't purify the corpses of these dead demons and gods. It's hard to imagine how powerful they were when they were alive." Monkey King steered the boat past a demon god whose upper body was exposed to the river. Its head had been smashed to pieces, but its headless body was still in a struggling posture. This demon god was much taller than the other corpses, even taller than Shintu and Yulei. The water of the river Styx slammed into its body, causing its broad shoulders to hang down, creating huge waves in the middle of the river Styx. This section of the river was the most turbulent. Monkey King casually inserted the iron rod on his shoulder into the side of the boat, stabilizing the boat. Only then did the crowd, who were a little nervous from the rocking of the boat, calm down. They turned back to look at the god fiend. The head of the god was smashed. Only his broad shoulders could be seen. Shui Tu stood at the stern of the ship and studied the god's corpse. Although the corpse was the best preserved on the battlefield, it was still corroded by the yellow sky springs. Shui Tu couldn't help but shake his head as he imagined the god's posture before he died. When this god was facing the enemy, his entire body was mobilized, all his arms were placed in front of his chest, and he held the Vajra scepter, roaring at the enemy. The vigor and vitality of the god and devil body can even affect the flow of river Styx. It's a pity that Heaven Underworld has rewritten too many traces. Even the shocking battle spirit of that battle has been washed away. If not for the fact that my connate God-fiend body has inherited some of the chaos God-fiend's wonders, and the sky Yellow Springs is more targeted at the essence soul and soul. These gods' corpses are already cleansed. Shwe Tu sighed. This god was definitely unyielding at the last moment. He was facing the direction with the most gods' corpses. I noticed that many of the gods' corpses along the way were killed by heavy weapons. Some even had half of their bodies shattered. There must be a god wielding a heavy weapon, perhaps a hammer, that killed countless gods along the way. How many innate gods were killed by him? He slaughtered his way to this god. This god was the strongest on the battlefield, possibly the leader of these gods. He roared at the enemy that slaughtered his subordinates and struck with all his might. But before he could unleash the strike, his chest was blasted open. Look, he should have 8 arms, each holding a weapon. The most powerful weapon is a 2-handed halberd, and there are also copper rings, vajra pestle, and round shield. His 8 arms are facing in all directions, but they are all gathered in front of his chest. All the blood energy and divine power in his body are mobilized, and his entire body's power is condensed into a single entity, ready to unleash a shocking attack. If his body was still intact, I might be able to cultivate a powerful skill by visualizing his image before he died. When his power was completely condensed and mobilized, his arm was like an iron wall. In the next instant, all 8 of his arms struck out at the same time. This fiend god's martial arts and physical body have been tempered to the peak realm. At this moment, his aura and power have also reached the peak. With rage and unwillingness, he struck out with all his might. Unfortunately, the divine being standing in front of him only used one strike to violently shatter all the power he had gathered. His entire stance was shattered, so when the next strike arrived, the god-fiend was unable to resist it all, and his head was smashed to smithereens. What a powerful weapon! This god's head must be the hardest part of his body. In front of that weapon, it was crushed like tofu. Not even the hardest part of his skull was left. The marks of the weapon show that it was a heavy, blunt weapon. A god who used such a blunt weapon shouldn't be unknown. Was it a lance or hammer? The Shwe Tu king lowered his head and pondered. This battle seems to have been recorded in the demonic path, but it's very vague. It seems like it happened before the river Styx flowed here, and before reincarnation was opened. That was the most ancient era of the primordial world, probably not long after the calamity of Luo, the era where the witchcraft and the demon race dominated the primordial world. But what was the weapon that crushed the god's head? The Shwe Tu king lowered his head and pondered. Unknowingly, the monkey king came to his side and stared at the dead god. Bai Sujin felt an indescribable feeling from his gaze, as if he had traveled through time. The monkey king held the Jingu Bang in his hand and turned to the Shwe Tu king. "Doesn't it look like an iron rod?" An iron rod, yes, a rod. The weapon that crushed the god's head should be a rod. The head of the rod shook off the god's defense and broke his stance. Then, the tail of the rod swung and crushed the god's head. The Shwe Tu king was enlightened when he got the hint. He also remembered some extremely obscure records of the bloodline. He said with a trembling voice, "I know who this god is. He's Luo Chien Tuo, a Grand Azura. Luo is demon ancestors' best subordinate." This battlefield of gods and demons was the battlefield where River Styx demon ancestor cleansed the Azura tribe that betrayed the Blood Sea. These gods and demons were all Grand Azuras. Luo took away the Azuras born from the Blood Sea and caused the calamity of Luo. After the calamity of Luo was defeated, the remnants of Luo's old subordinates prepared to invade the Blood Sea and occupy it. River Styx ancestor led the Sky Demon and Blood Demon tribes to defeat Luo at the Blood Sea. In that battle, Luo's bravest subordinate, King Luo Chien Tuo, led the best Grand Azura army but didn't make it. Rumor has it that they were ambushed by River Styx ancestors' troops near the Blood Sea. I didn't expect it to be in Yuta City. The ruins of this battlefield were later submerged by the main stem of the Styx River. Because the Styx River is incomparably wide, it's impossible to reach the center of the river without a ferry. Thus, the ruins of the battlefield of gods and demons are hard to discover, until we pass by it today. No wonder the Blood Demon Path has vague records. Only we, the direct descendants of the Demon Path who can summon the ferry of the River Styx, can find this place. Baisujin looked at the battlefield of gods and demons that was gradually getting further away. The headless body of King Luo Qiantuo could still be vaguely seen, towering into the dark sky of Yuta City. Its broad shoulders were like mountains. The loud sound of the river Styx surging was like the last battle cry of the Grand Azura King. Baisujin said in shock, "The might of the ancient gods and demons is really indescribable." Which senior of the Demon Path was the one who killed King Luo Qiantuo on behalf of the River Styx ancestor? Ajati also said emotionally, "There are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the prehistoric times. The matters of the ancient times are even more mysterious. Although we have some foundation because of the forces we come from and know some secrets that are not known to others, it is nonsense to say that we know about the ancient times. Not to mention the ancient times, even now, even the current heavenly court, how much do we know?" Not long after, even, Yuan Yu raised his hand to interrupt Wu Sheng's emotional words. He secretly glanced at the Monkey King and muttered in his heart, but temporarily put aside his doubts and said in a low voice, "There are countless secrets in the Demon Path, and everyone's style is more secretive. The mystic door has a name, and there are many mighty people who know about its origins. How many demon paths are there? Who knows? Let's not talk about the others. The Blood Demon Path and the Killing Demon Path. The founder of the Killing Demon Path is the sword of the River Styx ancestor, Yuantu. The founder of the Blood Demon Path is the Blood Sea incarnation of the River Styx ancestor, and the treasure of the sect is the Blood Sea Red Lotus. But if I ask you to name the number of patriarchs Dara, can you name them?" Ajati and the Shuatu King both fell silent. "Let's not talk about the others." Yuan Yu said with his hands behind his back, "How many people in the Demon Path know about your real name and origin, Ajati? And you, the Shuatu King, no one knows about your background, right? Leader, you used to be the leader of the Lifeless sect, and no one knows who Ajati is now. But it's definitely not your turn." Ajati smiled slightly. "A name is just a form of address. How can you not see through this? Fellow Taoist Zhengyangzi?" Yuan Yu knew that he was reminding him of his complicated hidden identity. Everyone was the eldest brother, so don't laugh at the second brother. He was Zhang Jiao of the Path of Peace, and even if any rogue cultivator in the sky-bearing grand meeting had seen him once, even if they had not, he could still pass down his name and let everyone know that there was another Zhang Jiao in the Path of Peace, and even in the Untainted Land. But what about them? Apart from Fan Wujia, even Prince Mu and Baisujin, who had traveled with them and had a good relationship with them, did not know their identities. The lifeless cult master, the blood-slaughtering demon monarch, and Zheng Yangzi, even if they had done something earth-shattering like reading books at midnight. The rogue cultivators Shan Shang, Zheng Yangzi, and Pao Tu broke into the samsara and committed a heinous crime in the Untainted Land. What did this have to do with them? What did Yin Yang Demon Master have to do with Zheng Yangzi? What did he have to do with Heavenly Lord Yuanyu of the Mystic Door? What did he have to do with the leader of the Beauty Sect, the immortal Three Poisons? How many leaders of the lifeless cult? What did Ajati do in the Untainted Land? And what did he have to do with Ajati in the Age of Heavens? And him, the Shuatu King, they could only sigh awkwardly. We, the Devil Path, have hidden so deeply. The Monkey King nibbled on the ghost peach given by Shinhu and secretly despised them. It was you guys who hid your heads and showed your tails. Don't push everything to the Devil Path. I, the Monkey King, will never change my name. When he attacked and killed Luo Qiantuo that day, Sun Wukong had indeed not changed his appearance. Moreover, he had openly introduced himself. He was a disciple of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The reason why he did not leave his name in the historical records that year was a mystery to the later generations. Of course, it was because those who knew his name that day were all killed by him. Even Luo Qiantua was captured by the innate, inextinguishable divine light and was forced to become a primordial spiritual treasure in the hands of the river Styx. The Monkey King steered the boat and gradually entered the most prosperous place in the netherworld. Here, countless tributaries of the river Styx converged to form the largest main branch of the river Styx in the netherworld. It has a new name called the River of Forgetfulness. Baisujin stood up and saw a vague bridge in the distance. It crossed the entire main branch of the river Styx, and the huge river Styx was like a small stream. It was the famous bridge of forgetfulness in the netherworld, and even in the untainted land, and even in the past and future. On one side of the bridge of forgetfulness was the Yellow Springs road that led to the untainted land. Countless souls and ghosts came from the Yellow Springs road, crossed the bridge of forgetfulness, and headed to the mansion of the dead on the other side. The 10 halls of the netherworld, the 6 heavenly palaces of Bane, and even the 18 levels of hell, the ancient city of Edu and Hali were all there. Ghosts came from the Yellow Springs road, crossed the bridge of forgetfulness, and headed to the mansion of the dead to be judged. The bridge of forgetfulness was the first barrier to the mansion of the dead, because other than the bridge of forgetfulness, there was no other way to cross the river of forgetfulness, unless one used the secret of the river Styx to summon the fairy. The 2 old devils who had been captured as cannon fodder looked at the bridge of helplessness and the queue of souls that stretched to the end like a long dragon. They kept rubbing their hands excitedly, eager to give it a try and do something. Xuetu and Yuanyu frowned because they saw the bridge of forgetfulness step into the void. The main branch of the river Styx, the river of forgetfulness, was no longer a river that flowed on the land of the netherworld. It was a river that had no boundary, or rather, no riverbank. As the tributaries of the river Styx in the netherworld converged towards the river of forgetfulness, they seemed to flow towards the endless darkness above the land of the netherworld. It could be seen as a river Styx that converged on the land and flowed towards the sky, perpendicular to the netherworld. Its shore was the entire land of the netherworld, and its other shore was in the endless darkness. It had no actual riverbank, so only the bridge of forgetfulness could cross it and connect the netherworld and the mansion of the dead. The Monkey King shook his head and said, "If one could sneak into the mansion of the dead from the netherworld by flying over the river of forgetfulness, then wouldn't it be easy to escape from some of the ancient gods and devils imprisoned in the mansion of the dead, as well as the evil gods and devils that Goddess Hutu killed back then, the ancient evil gods that represented death, the monsters that were born from the fear of all living beings, and some indescribable evils. Since the creation of the world in Yuta City, wouldn't they be able to escape easily? Along the way, it was just where the netherworld was. It was the inside of the untainted land, the een soil of the earth's reflection. Although it was eerie, it wasn't completely dark. The complete darkness above the netherworld was Yuta City. It was the place where Goddess Hutu created the reincarnation later on. Above the netherworld was Yuta City, and below it was the Blood Sea. The river Styx that flowed on the een soil of the netherworld flowed from the untainted land. A part of the river Styx flowed into the netherworld, into the Blood Sea behind it, and the other part flowed into the river of forgetfulness and entered Yuta City. After the people in the untainted land died, their souls would be guided by the river Styx underground, flowing into the een soil of the netherworld, and then converging into the river of forgetfulness, flowing into the darkest Yuta City and into the reincarnation. Therefore, the mansion of the dead was actually made up of 3 parts: the een soil of the netherworld, the Blood Sea River Styx, and the mansion of Yuta City. The river Styx connects these 3 parts. We have to cross the bridge of helplessness to reach the mansion of the dead. If we follow the river of forgetfulness, we will only enter the darkness of Yuda City. The darkness of Yuda City has no direction. There are many terrifying existences that have been hiding in the darkness of Yuda City since the beginning of the world. There is no chance of survival if we enter, Monkey King explained. When the time comes, it will be darkness above the river of forgetfulness and reincarnation below it. The existence of the mansion of the dead and the river Styx is extremely profound. It is not something that can be understood in a short period of time. Yuda City, the Netherworld, the Blood Sea, and the river Styx connect the three, transcending ordinary space-time. Shwe, Tu, and company had some understanding of the river Styx. They knew that what Monkey King said was true, so they could only obediently prepare to disembark. As for Baisujin and Shepherd Boy, they could not figure out the mysteries behind it. However, they knew that the Mansion of the Dead was an important land of reincarnation. It was not easy to infiltrate it. It was common sense to cross the bridge of helplessness to enter the Mansion of the Dead. What Monkey King did not mention was that it was not completely impossible for fairies to enter the Mansion of the Dead. However, the river Styx had an agreement with Hutu. Unless a ferryman steered the boat, there was no way to enter the Mansion of the Dead through the river Styx. Monkey King could not be bothered to summon the ferryman, so he decided to take the bridge of helplessness. It was difficult to distinguish time in the netherworld, but on the bridge of helplessness, Baisujin was horrified to see many familiar faces. Some of the vegetation demon spirits had followed the spirits of the guides across the bridge in a daze. Some of them were already in a daze, but some were still able to maintain a sliver of lucidity. An old deer-headed demon spirit saw Baisujin. He suddenly sobered up and turned his head. "Is it Mistress White? Were you harmed by the heavenly courts as well?" Mistress White, a vegetation demon spirit's soul, looked up and called out to her. It was in the form of a child. He called out, "The Milky Way Navy has killed many demons. 100 Grass Mountain has been destroyed by the heavenly fire. Even the mountain goddess, 100 Grass Goddess, could not protect us. They said that you killed a prince of the heavenly courts. So many demon spirits have died. Even the human race has been implicated." Mistress White. A series of shouts rang out. Countless indistinct souls appeared. There were all kinds of demon beasts and spirits in the mountains. The countless shouts made Baisujin unable to control herself. She was at a loss and could not defend herself. "Baisujin, you have caused our deaths. Baisujin, return my life." Many demon spirits cursed. The countless demon spirits and souls on the bridge of helplessness became restless. The long queue of ghosts was instantly thrown into chaos. The guide flew over from the front and fiercely scolded, "What are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? You're already dead. Do you still want to rebel? Behave yourself." With a wave of the whip in his hand, thousands of ghosts were simultaneously whipped by a black gas. They screamed miserably and fell into a daze. A few guide messengers reorganized the order before returning to deal with Baisujin and her group. When he saw Baisujin, he was given a fright because the white-dressed woman had tears streaming down her face. She looked dejected. One of the guide messengers used his Dharma eyes to look at them. He frowned and said, "Why are they alive? How did living beings sneak onto the bridge of helplessness? How did you sneak in?" A Een god berated. Baisujin hurriedly said, "The two gods, Shintu and Yulei, took pity on me and allowed me to cross the gates of hell to seek help from the gods of the underworld. God Shintu let me in." The guide messengers were alarmed. "Could you be the Baisujin who caused a huge ruckus in the world of the living? It said that you fell in love with Prince Mu and were deceived by him. In a rage, you assassinated him, causing countless demons to die because of you. The heavenly courts chased after you, but who knew that you would escape into the underworld?" Baisujin hurriedly explained, "That's not the case. This lowly demon came to the gods of the underworld to save Prince Mu, so as to resolve my grievances and save the demons of the primordial world. With that said, she pushed Shepherd Boy in front of her. Shepherd Boy had no choice but to say, "I am Prince Mu." What she said is true. He's clearly immortal. What kind of bloodline does Prince Mu have? A Een god was about to curse when he was pulled back. He whispered into his ear, "Haven't you heard of the rumors at the gates of hell?" It said that the two gods, Shintu and Yulei, confirmed Prince Mu's soul and reincarnated into a mortal youth. He even fell in love with Bai Sujin. The horse-faced Een god at the side also shook his head and said, "She seems to have a point." There are rumors saying that DZ Mu was killed by someone, and Bai Sujin went to the underworld to save him. Their love moved the two great gods, Shintu and Yulei, and that was why they were spared and allowed to enter. Isn't it said that the demonic path is causing trouble? That two devils have deceived the two gods and infiltrated here to cause trouble? The Een gods all had different opinions. A god helplessly spread his hands and said, "The key is to let them in." "That's right. You are Bai Sujin, and he is Prince Mu. What about them?" With that said, he pointed at Yuanyu, Shui, Tu, Ajati, and Monkey King. Chapter 13:17. The Bridge of Helplessness was probably the most well-informed place in Untainted Land. It was a place where new ghosts had to pass by to be reincarnated at all times. As long as the conscious ghosts talked about how they died, the major events that happened in Untainted Land would not be able to escape from them. A red-faced little ghost carrying a trident whispered, "The heavenly court killed so many demons." 3 more checkpoints were added to the Bridge of Helplessness before they were all sent away. It was said that it was all because of a demoness from the upper world, Bai Sujin. "Bai Sujin is here." An imp whispered, "She sent Prince Mu's soul over. Does she want to reverse the cycle of reincarnation and revive Prince Mu?" "Why?" An indigo-colored little ghost asked curiously, "Didn't she kill Prince Mu?" The most complicated thing in this world is love. A little ghost whispered, "Moreover, Prince Mu's death was very strange." A ghost who passed by told me that on the day he died, he saw bright, barbaric regions, Tunghua Palace, where Prince Mu lived, being sealed by a very powerful formation. The Milky Way Navy attacked with all their might, but they were delayed for a long time before Prince Mu was killed beside the Milky Way Navy. Wow, which ghost is so well informed? The Milky Way Heavenly Soldier was killed by the formation when he attacked the formation. He did not have enough merits and no descendants to help him accumulate merits, so he reincarnated into a good body. My relative at the gates of hell told me that Bai Sujin and that imperial prince Mu fell in love with each other. Their love transcended the difference between humans and demons, as well as the distance between heaven and man. The heavenly law of the heavenly court says that heaven and man are separated and that humans and gods are not allowed to fall in love. Prince Mu is the son of Celestial Emperor Donghua, a noble god, and Bai Sujin is just a snake demon, not even a human. What is the status of the demons in the heavenly court? Such a rebellious love violates the heavenly law, so... Hearing such explosive news, the little ghost sects all gathered, wanting to grab a few small stools, grab a handful of melon seeds, and listen slowly. Then why did Bai Sujin kill Prince Mu? A little ghost asked. She killed him and then came to the underworld to save him. This is the magic of love. Love and hate were intertwined. Love wanted her to live. Hate wanted her to die. In the past few days, many demons who knew Bai Sujin had died. I asked around and found out that Bai Sujin was a virtuous demon who cultivated in virtue and was favored by Old Mother of Mountly. She entered the world to undergo a tribulation, and it was the most dangerous tribulation of relationships. Someone even saw Bai Sujin riding a pleasure boat to participate in the sky-bearing grand meet. Imperial Prince Mu was accompanying her, and there was also a sister, Green Snake, and a few of Imperial Prince Mu's subordinates. Afterward, Zhang of the Tao of Peace enslaved a demon soul, which caused Bai Sujin to frown. Imperial Prince Mu then sent one of his subordinates to kill Zhang Liang. That battle was truly shocking. Even Zhang Jiao and Bo Jun of the Road of Peace didn't dare to face him head-on. Later, Tunghua Palace underwent a shocking change and Prince Mu died. The celestial court searched the heavens and earth and locked Bai Sujin up. No one knows what happened during this period of time. Not even a ghost knows. It must be a big conspiracy. Their love for each other has caused the deaths of many living beings. A little imp said unhappily. Many demons who were related to Bai Sujin were captured and interrogated by Prince Bo Jun's subordinates, just because they received her kindness. There was also the Yellow Scarf Warriors of the Tao of Peace, who killed countless demons with Prince Bo Jun's support. This is nothing. Even Bai Sujin's sister, a green snake demon called Little Green, was captured by the people of the Tao of Peace. On the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness, in the underworld of Yuta City, a novice monk summoned a little imp. After listening to it for a while, it hurried to hell. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sat on the lotus platform, and countless sons of Buddha served him on both sides. That little novice monk ran over and whispered something to a son of Buddha. That son of Buddha frowned and stepped out of the ranks, saying, "Bodhisattva, because of Prince Mu, Prince Bo Jun has massacred the demons and committed a heinous sin of murder. Now, the culprit that he mentioned, Bai Sujin, has brought a soul that claims to be the reincarnation of Prince Mu to seek help. Bodhisattva, can you call them over and verify their identities to quell the massacre of the demons?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva opened his eyes. Dingting, who was sitting down, moved his body uneasily. He heard Bodhisattva say, "Fahai, this is no small matter. That mortal soul is the reincarnation of Prince Mu. However, his soul was shattered by the great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao of the demon race. Because another monkey king of the demon race saved him, he used the heaven-stealing reincarnation technique to reincarnate him. Only then did his soul survive. In this world, there are only a few who can identify that this person is Prince Mu. It is fate that the demons are facing a calamity. It is really unavoidable. If I want to clarify the situation, it is not something that I can do alone. After all, Buddhism is an external path to the heavenly court. I am powerless unless Celestial Emperor Dong Hua takes action. This mystery can be solved. Moreover, the ones who assassinated Prince Mu are the 7 great sages of the demon race. Fahai, although you have good intentions, if the one who assassinated Prince Mu is only Bai Sujin, a nameless demon from the demon race, the heavenly court will not be angry. If it is revealed that this was done by the 7 great sages, this calamity will only be more intense. The heavenly court will definitely send a calamity to the entire demon race. The 7 great sages will incite the entire demon race to rebel against the heavenly court. It is imperative, and it will happen at any moment." Fahai still pleaded, although the 7 great sages of the demon race have wild ambitions. The demons and all living beings are not innocent. When the flames of war start, who knows how many innocent demons will suffer? Bodhisattva, please be merciful and bestow a way to save all living beings. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva shook his head and said, "You can go and help Bai Sujin. However, once you enter the calamity, you will be the one to face it. In the future, karma will be entangled, and it will damage your Buddhist path. This calamity is very important. Once you enter the calamity, you will no longer be able to control yourself." After hearing this, are you still willing? Fahai put his palms together and said solemnly, "I will walk for the righteous path. Even if my cultivation will be damaged, I will have no regrets." Fahai bowed his head and worshipped. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva took out the purple gold alms bowl and gave it to him, saying, "This treasure is used by Samadhi. It is an innate item. I will bestow it to you for protection." Fahai took the purple gold alms bowl and kowtowed to Bodhisattva, saying, "Your disciple is leaving." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked at him walking out of hell and was speechless. A bodhisattva beside him asked carefully, "Why is Bodhisattva so speechless?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said, "There are two demons by Baisujan's side. They are born from the blood sea, under the entanglement of karma in the netherworld. It is like an egg in danger. The calamity is not far away." On the Naraka bridge, Shwe Tu secretly pulled Yuan Yu's hand. Yuan Yu looked back at him, and Shwe Tu whispered, "Prince Bo Jun." "No, it should be Celestial Emperor Zi Yang's people are coming soon. They are also very powerful in the netherworld. News travels very fast in the netherworld. Those little devils are running around and gossiping. The atmosphere in hell is very bad." Yuan Yu chimed in, "Everyone loves to gossip and gossip. Perhaps it's because the netherworld is too boring, and they can only gossip about the mortal realm. The information here is so well informed that the various forces must have spies around. Furthermore, there's nothing that can be hidden from the mighty figures of hell. You previously took in those two demons because you are preparing to use the name of the demonic path to stir up trouble." Shwe Tu grinned, and the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. He laughed sinisterly. "Let us make a mess in the netherworld, but you have to restrain yourselves. Don't make it to the point of no return. Otherwise, the netherworld is full of experts and mighty ones, and we will not have a good time." Wukong, who was standing at the side, picked his ears and said, "That's right, that's right. We won't cause any trouble that can't be dealt with." The envoy pointed at them and asked, "What about them?" "I am the great sage equal to heaven of the demon race, and they are the great demons of the blood sea demonic path. This time I came to seek a good karma, to build a good relationship between the two races, and to pay a visit to a few almighty figures of the underworld. This way, it will be easier for us to travel together in the future." Shwe Tu, Yuan Yu, and Wu Sheng all smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. "That's right, we are all neighbors. Let's visit and get to know each other. The netherworld was created by Lady Hutu and our ancestor River Styx. Our relationship is not ordinary. Now that we have come to the netherworld, it is only right that we greet each other." The envoy was stunned. "Who did you say you are?" "Great sage of the demon race, demon lords of the demonic path, the righteous path of the mystic door." Yuan Yu stood in the middle of the demons with a righteous expression. The envoy thought that he had heard wrongly. He turned to ask the little ghost who followed him, "I heard a great sage of the demon clan and two demon monarchs of the devil Dao break into the underworld and say that they want to see the mighty figures of the underworld. Did you hear wrongly?" The little ghost boldly said, "Envoy, you didn't hear wrongly. The demons have indeed come to our door." Chapter 1318. Emissary, you may leave. A black-robed Een god floated over from the other end of the bridge of helplessness and landed before Yuan Yu and the others. His face was as calm as an ancient well, as if nothing in this world could move him. His soul was extremely ancient. Before the primordial world shattered, there were too many immortal gods who had lived through countless years. In comparison, the Shwe Tu king and the others were much more lively. The blood-soaked demon monarch twitched his nose and pretended to sniff. He frowned and said, "There's a smell of decay. Old but not dead, that's a thief. This is the smell of a longevity devil. You old bones have the potential to become a demon." The Shwe Tu king sneered, "We, the demon, need talents like you. Are you interested in changing your job? The Nether River Patriarch is extremely powerful. He is a great divine being who is as famous as the Celestial Darch and the Lady of Earth. The demon sect is vast and I yearn for it. Unfortunately, I already have a position." The black-clothed Een god remained calm as he replied coldly, "Today, I am here on behalf of the Heavenly Court to ask you. Baisujin has committed a heinous crime by assassinating the Crown Prince. Her crime is unforgivable. Do you really want to protect her?" Yuan Yu said indifferently. I don't think you're representing the heavenly courts. But someone in the heavenly courts. To you, the important figures of the heavenly court represent the heavenly court. The Yin god showed a stiff expression, as if he hadn't moved for a long time. For them, he used the same jerky smile. I understand. Bai Sujin has never met any of you, and Imperial Prince Mu has only met her by chance. You all come from the future, so there's no way you don't know that they're already bones in a tomb. They don't have a future at all. Those who can adapt to circumstances should understand the bigger picture and follow the bigger picture. There's no need for the few of you to hang yourselves on a tree. Prince Mu is already beyond saving. What you can do now is, of course, to avenge him. Avenge him. Isn't that the same as killing the person behind you? The Shui Two Kings expression was ferocious. The imperial monarch never thought of attacking Prince Mu. The imperial monarch is a man who abides by the rules. He knows very well the consequences of breaking the unspoken rules of the heavenly court. Therefore, the person who killed the prince will have to pay the price. Also, who killed Imperial Prince Mu. Wu Xing only said 2 words. It's a demon. So they got what they deserved. We won't let the 7 great sages off. Bai Sujin must die as well. But what Prince Mu wants is not to kill demons, but justice. Yuan Yu said slowly. Why bother? If the monster race needs war, we will give it war. Zhou Juyan smiled and said, and this has nothing to do with you. You don't belong to this era. What the monarch wants to know is, what do you want? Yuan Yu and Shui too fell silent. Yes, they didn't belong to this era. Why did they have to choose a position that had no hope? The heavenly court was destined to be destroyed. The bell of chaos was about to ring. They only needed to escape before the bell rang. What Prince Mu, Bai Sujin, they were all destined to die in this era. They were the ashes of the era. What was the point of their life and death? What did the chaos of the heavenly court have to do with them? Why did they have to choose a side? Even if they had to choose a side, why didn't they choose spiritual Master Xiang, who was still on the chaotic sea? This is only history. Zhou Juyan smiled sinisterly. Does everything here have any meaning to you? Is there any meaning to you helping Prince Mu? To stop the conflict between humans and demons and avert this calamity? That's really merciful. Are you sure you are the direct descendants of the demon sect and not the spies of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? The human race and the monster race both need a war. At this time, war is already unavoidable. When the 7 sages decided to rebel, this conflict was destined to be unavoidable. Have any of you ever seen a war that can be delayed after it has become the common goal of several parties? This war isn't just because Prince Mu was assassinated. It's because everyone needs war, and that's why Prince Mu was assassinated. Even without Prince Mu, there will still be Prince Bo Jun, Prince Zhong Jun. The big shot behind me needs war. The monster race needs war. Even the person behind Prince Mu, Emperor Zhuanchu, needs war. Those who want to stop the conflict between humans and demons, Bai Sujin, Prince Mu, they are insignificant. This is history. It is meaningless to you all. You didn't come to this era to change this calamity, right? Since you came from the future, you should know that this calamity cannot be changed, right? Then, what reason do you have to meddle in this muddy water? That's all I have to say. I'm Zhou Juyan, the master of Zhou Juyan's celestial palace of Luoho, 6 heavens. If you listen to me, when the armies of Zhou Juyan's celestial palace, Tranquil Sin's celestial palace, and Zongling's 7 faiths celestial palace arrive, there should only be the unforgivable evil demon Bai Sujin and the lone ghost disguised as Prince Mu. If there are other accomplices, kill them all. Zhou Juyan waved his hand coldly. A cold light appeared in his hand, bringing with it endless coldness. After he finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation. He didn't look back, as if he didn't care about Yuan Yu and the other's choice. because he was the head of Luoho 6 Heavens, the master of Zhou Juyan's celestial palace. If it wasn't for the killing sword qi that appeared in Fan Wu Jie's hand, if it wasn't for the sea calming divine pearl that flashed in Yuan Yu's hand, they wouldn't have met. There was no need for them to meet, because under Dara everyone was an ant. Humans don't care about the opinions of ants. Luoho 6 Heavens. Shui, too, looked towards the sky and sighed. Spiritual Master Ziyang's power in the underworld is really great. It's actually Luoho 6 Heavens. At least 3 celestial palaces are on Ziyang's side. No wonder he dares to challenge Emperor Zhuanqiu, who has the support of the Milky Way Navy. Yuan Yu shook his head and said, if it's Luoho 6 Heavens, then they aren't the subordinates of spiritual Master Ziyang. They are his allies in the underworld. Since Tang Wanggong's reform, Ziyang's position doesn't just represent himself, but a large group of people who even have an extremely large power in the celestial heavens. Tang Wanggong's reform has become a trend of thought, and it represents the interests of the celestial gods in the celestial heavens. The Emperor Heaven established the celestial heavens for the sake of the people. Now, this heart already has its own thoughts, and it is already prepared to rule over the 3 worlds. It will rise above the primordial world. Ajati looked towards the sky and sighed. What does old ancestor want us to do? If he wants to rebel against the celestial heavens, even if I have to use my sword to fight him, I will still have a strong backbone. But now old ancestor is just pushing us to experience some conspiracies and observe the situation of the eternity. He wants us to be involved in this unprecedented change since the immeasurable calamity. And we don't even know old ancestor's attitude. What if we go all out and fight Ziyang, but it's not old ancestor's intention? Ajati smiled bitterly and said, in the past, I wasn't afraid in front of you, Yin Yang Demon Master, because I have old ancestor support. But if we are mistaken about old ancestor's intention, the tradition of the demon path is never to clean up the mess of useless chess pieces. Shui Tu's shoulders also slumped, and he said to Yuan Yu dejectedly, you said we would help Prince Mu, and we did. We interfered in the celestial heavens' internal strife, and we also went all out. But now why are we doing this? Monkey King squatted at the side, and he held his cheeks and said, hey, did you guys forget about me? Only then did Yuan Yu and the others realize that the youngest of the 7 great sages was still here. This Zhou Juyan had said so much in front of them, but he actually didn't care about this person at all. Yuan Yu said warily, great sage, if it is really as Zhou Juyan said, then this great tribulation of humans and demons is destined to be unsolvable. What is great sage's intention? You guys want to ask why I want to help you guys. Monkey King wrapped his arms around Jingu Bang, and he hung it on his shoulders. Do you guys really think that I, old son, am standing up for the innocent demons that have died? Do you guys really think that I, old son, have seen so many life and death situations and all kinds of living beings in the primordial world, will care about this insignificant little conflict among the countless tribulations in the primordial world? If I, old son, have to take action every time a few demons die, then I will be so annoyed after writing for so many years. That little white snake has seen too little. She risked her life for those that respect her, those that worship her, those that kiss her, for the demons that she loves, for her compassion, for her tribulation. And that Prince Mu, because of fate, was dragged into the tribulation, and he had no choice but to continue walking. But what reason do you and I have to accompany them? You guys come from the future. This period of history has nothing to do with you guys. Regardless of success or failure, this tribulation cannot affect the future. You guys are like spectators standing on the shore in a flood. The flood cannot reach your homes, and now that you have stepped into the flood, you are disoriented, and you don't know which direction to go. Are you going with the flow, or are you trying your best to swim to the shore? If you want to go to the shore, which direction is the shore? Yuan Yu sighed. This monkey's every sentence was right on point. The reason why they went to save Prince Mu was not because of their good relationship with him, nor was it because of their personal feelings, but because Prince Mu was the only clue they had grasped in the entire situation. It was like they had grabbed a thread in a mess, and of course, it was like they had found a treasure. Only by following Prince Mu could they slightly understand the overall situation of the Great Tribulation. Otherwise, with the primordial world being so huge, how could they find the key to solve the situation before the bell of chaos rang? It would be good if we really knew the history. We know those conspiracies, we know what Ziyang and the 7 great sages are doing. We know how the primordial demon court returned. We know the complicated situation in the heavenly court and the key. But we don't know, so we stumble and have no direction. Currently, we only know that Prince Mu is at a key location. Yuan Yu sighed helplessly. Stupid, Monkey King said coldly. Yuan Yu's expression was solemn. He turned back to look at Monkey King, only to see Monkey King leaning on the golden cudgel, looking at the other side of the bridge of helplessness. He said softly, "In the past, Old Sun did as he pleased, and he had no choice but to be manipulated by others. It could be said that he had indulged his inner monkey and was subdued by others. He had been a chess piece, and he had broken the chessboard. You guys still don't know that you are chess pieces." Wukong shouted. A pawn can't help himself, and it's the easiest for him to lose his way. It's because everything he does isn't out of his own will. Once he enters the situation, he can't help himself and is pushed forward. If he doesn't push, he won't move. Even if he wants to move, he doesn't know which direction to go. Hence, they gradually become more cautious, and they can't see the big picture, but they try to make a few good moves to deal with the situation. Hence, it is difficult to move forward, and they gradually get further and further away, and they enter a dead end, and they are in a dilemma of life and death, and they become abandoned pieces. What a joke! You want to see the chessboard clearly. Are you the one playing chess? You are just a small chess piece, and you want to dominate the chessboard? You guys never have a choice. You can only move forward, knock and roll, and pierce through the sky. Step by step, charge forward, barge into the tribulations, block the holes of the air and hit the muzzles. Don't think about those paths of retreat. The path of retreat belongs to the chess player. Where does the chess piece get a path of retreat? There are countless mysteries, countless karma entanglements. You guys should be a blade, barge in, and cut it cleanly, becoming the swift blade of the chess player. Swift blade, 1 must be fast and 2 must be sharp. If you think too much, you won't be fast, and if you don't act ruthlessly, you won't be sharp enough. Bodhisattvas fear karma, and deities fear karma. Cultivators have always avoided tribulations. But have you ever heard of a person who dares to avoid tribulations and peace? Everywhere you go, you will barge into the complicated situation, entangling yourself with countless karma, and then you will either pester others endlessly or kill others. You will stir up what needs to be stirred up, and you will clean up what needs to be cleaned up. Don't be afraid of going overboard, for if you are too rigid, you will break easily. If your blade is not sharp enough, there will naturally be players behind you to sharpen it. Are you afraid that there will be no one to back you up? In Shuet too, Wu Shang was shocked, and he gasped, You, Monkey King laughed out loud and patted their shoulders. Now, the 2 key points of this tribulation by Sujin and Prince Mu are in your hands. If you take a stance and deal with them, you will be annoyed to death. Even if your opponent makes a move, you will have to deal with it. There are endless schemes, and sooner or later, you won't be able to escape from it. If you use the key points of this game to turn the world upside down, do countless unbelievable and unimaginable things, and become a reckless chess piece that doesn't follow the rules, who will be able to stop you? Who will be able to stop you? The person behind you doesn't need to play according to the rules. He is the one who sets the rules. Monkey King said arrogantly, Why do you think I am here? I am here to rampage in this game, and I will not follow the rules. Yuan Yu laughed. You are right. Great sage, I am too narrow-minded. Everyone says that the war between humans and demons is unstoppable, that everything has happened, that the tragedy is irreversible. I will try to salvage it. Yuan Yu suddenly shouted at Bai Sujin. Bai Sujin! Bai Sujin raised her head in confusion, and she saw Yuan Yu revealing a twisted and strange smile, which was extremely sinister and sinister. Yuan Yu said, "How many innocent people have died on this bridge of helplessness because of you? Can you really stand by and watch? Now almost all the demons close to the Heaven Court have been killed. Even if you save Prince Mu, can it still be salvaged?" Bai Sujin was speechless, and Yuan Yu laughed. "They should not have died in the first place. Who can't be salvaged? How is it enough to save Prince Mu alone? Why can't we salvage the war between humans and demons?" Yuan Yu casually glanced at the countless demons and souls on the bridge of helplessness and said, "Save them all! Prince Bo-jun has committed a heinous crime and killed countless innocent people. Then we will redeem everything and save them all. Go against life and death. Reverse reincarnation. Do you dare?"